Hey there, welcome back to the channel. Before we drift into tonight's 4 hours of SpongeBob lore to fall asleep to, but it's disturbing stories they tried to hide. I'd love to know, where in the world are you watching from tonight? And what time is it for you right now? Drop it in the comments below. It's always magical seeing how far and wide this sleepy little community reaches. All right, lights low, blankets up. Let's begin. In the soft glow of memory, Bikini Bottom appears just as bright as it did when we were young. Yet watching it now feels different in ways that are hard to explain. The colors are the same. The music still bounces with that familiar cheer, and the characters move through their odd routines with the same rhythm we remember. But beneath that surface, there is a quiet ache that becomes easier to sense as we grow older. It's the feeling that even in a world painted with joy, something tender and unspoken lingers just behind the smiles. What once felt like pure fun now carries a gentler, more reflective pull, as though the spaces between the laughter have grown wider and more meaningful with time. SpongeBob has always been seen as a beacon of enthusiasm, yet when we return to his world as adults, his cheerfulness carries a fragile edge. He tries so hard to connect, to be included, to belong. His laughter often arrives a little too quickly, as if keeping still for too long would let something heavier drift up from inside him. When he wakes in the morning with that boundless excitement, it feels less like a natural overflow of joy, and more like a ritual he performs to keep loneliness at bay. We used to see him as endlessly happy. Now we notice the way he clings to happiness, as if it might slip through his fingers. Bikini Bottom itself mirrors this emotional layer. The town is small, almost impossibly small, built from only a handful of places and familiar faces. The characters rarely leave their routines, as if change might disturb something delicate holding their lives together. The Krusty Krab opens. The same customers wander in. SpongeBob works the grill, and Squidward sighs. Patrick wakes beneath his rock, drifting through the day without direction. And Squidward, always longing for a different life, somehow never moves beyond the boundaries of the town. Everything repeats with an odd stillness, creating a world that feels both safe and strangely stagnant. Rewatching these scenes late at night, the moments that once felt full now feel strangely quiet. The pauses linger a little longer. The backgrounds seem emptier. Even the laughter has a softness that wasn't noticeable before. It's as if Bikini Bottom is a place suspended between innocence and longing. A world that wants desperately to stay happy, but can't escape the natural weight of being alive. We sense this in the way characters handle their emotions, not directly, but through exaggerated reactions, sudden outbursts, or quiet retreats into themselves. Beneath the comedy lies a steady thread of unspoken vulnerability. SpongeBob's loneliness is not loud or dramatic. It is gentle, woven into tiny details. How quickly he latches onto any hint of friendship. How eagerly he tries to please. How devastated he becomes at the thought of disappointing someone. His constant search for connection feels different when we understand how deeply he needs reassurance that he matters. He is surrounded by people, yet often feels like he is standing slightly apart from them, smiling a little wider to close a gap he can't name. There is something tender in this loneliness, something many viewers recognize in themselves, when the night grows quiet. The melancholy of Bikini Bottom does not diminish its warmth. In many ways, it deepens it. The sadness hidden beneath its cheerful surface makes the world feel more human, more honest. It reflects the truth that even in the happiest places, people can feel alone, confused, or uncertain. Nostalgia works in the same way. The things we loved as children glow with comfort, but when we return to them, we bring our experiences, our scars, our questions. The glow remains, but shadows form around it, giving depth to memories that once seemed weightless. That blend of comfort and quiet ache is what makes returning to SpongeBob feel so strangely soothing. The quiet sadness of Bikini Bottom becomes most noticeable in the small, almost forgettable scenes. Moments when SpongeBob pauses before speaking. When Squidward stands alone in his dimly lit house. When Patrick stares at the sky, as if waiting for a thought that never arrives. These details were easy to overlook as kids, but now they feel filled with meaning. They remind us that everyone, even fictional characters, carries unseen feelings. And in seeing their hidden sadness, we often recognize pieces of our own. There is something soothing about acknowledging these layers. It creates a gentle bond between viewer and world, allowing us to sit with emotions we might not usually face. The soft melancholy doesn't overwhelm. It simply rests beside the brighter moments, like a shadow cast by a warm light. Watching SpongeBob this way becomes an act of quiet reflection rather than pure entertainment. The show invites us to slow down, breathe, and notice the subtle truths woven through its cheerful facade. In this softened view, the town feels less like a simple cartoon setting and more like a place suspended in time, waiting for someone to notice the emotions resting quietly beneath its surface. The gentle ache woven through its familiar streets doesn't push us away. Instead, it invites us to stay a little longer, to listen more closely, and to let the uneasiness settle into something comforting. It suggests that even the brightest memories hold delicate truths, visible only when we return as adults. SpongeBob's pineapple house has always felt like one of the most cheerful images in Bikini Bottom. Its bright colors, quirky shape, and inviting presence make it seem like the home of someone who radiates joy. But when we look at it through older eyes, its meaning shifts. The pineapple becomes more than decoration. It becomes a symbol. It is a place frozen in time, a home SpongeBob never alters, never questions, and never leaves. It sits quietly on its patch of sand, unchanged season after season, as if resisting the pull of growth. The home we once found charming now carries a strange, emotional stillness, and that stillness reflects something intimate about SpongeBob himself. When we step inside his home, the emptiness becomes noticeable. The rooms are clean, almost sparse, filled with objects he rarely uses. His furniture sits neatly arranged, untouched by wear. There is no sign of evolving taste, no hints of shifting identity. Everything looks the same, because SpongeBob remains the same, clinging to a version of himself that he understands. His home becomes a quiet time capsule that keeps him anchored in a safe, predictable loop. Nothing changes, because change would ask questions SpongeBob may not want to face. For many adults, this kind of emotional stasis feels familiar. The older we get, the more we understand the comfort of repetition, the safety of routine. a room left just the way we like it, becomes a shield against the chaos of the world. SpongeBob's pineapple reflects this instinct, his desire to maintain a space where everything is simple, where happiness can be recreated by following the same steps. The house feels like a childhood bedroom left untouched, a reminder of innocence he isn't ready to outgrow. In this way, his home quietly reveals how deeply he longs to preserve the past. The pineapple itself is an odd choice for a home, and that strangeness makes it symbolic. A pineapple is bright, spiky, sweet on the inside, but also closed, armored, and difficult to break into. SpongeBob's personality mirrors this paradox. He is eager to connect, full of warmth and always generous with his joy, but there is a subtle wall around him, formed from routine, optimism, and innocence that never fully matures. He protects himself through consistency, shielding any fragile emotions with bright decoration. His pineapple becomes a reflection of who he tries to be, rather than who he truly is. There is something quietly lonely about a house that never changes. Even when SpongeBob goes through major emotional moments, his home remains perfectly intact. Disappointments fade, heartbreaks vanish, fears dissolve. Yet nothing within his environment shows the marks of his inner experience. It's as though he resets himself every night, returning to a world without scars. The emptiness inside the home hints that SpongeBob doesn't process emotions by letting them transform him. Instead, he buries them beneath positivity, keeping his environment spotless so he can pretend everything is fine. His reliance on routine within the house reinforces this pattern. Every morning his alarm rings in the same tone. He jumps out of bed with rehearsed enthusiasm. His breakfast is identical. His movements are predictable. These rituals, while comforting, also reveal how little SpongeBob allows himself to deviate from what he knows. Each action feels like a soft attempt to hold his world together, as though even one small disruption might cause unresolved feelings to rise to the surface. His routines are not random habits. They are emotional guardrails. For introverted viewers, or those who find safety in familiar spaces, SpongeBob's home resonates in a surprisingly personal line. We understand the urge to return to the same comfort after a difficult day, to surround ourselves with objects anchored to calmer memories. His pineapple becomes an emotional shelter, a place where he can escape uncertainty and retreat into simplicity. But like any shelter built to protect, it can also isolate. The stillness inside the home keeps him safe, yet it also keeps him suspended, untouched by the natural transformations that come with growing up. The emptiness of the house feels even more pronounced during scenes when SpongeBob stands alone. Without the energy he projects in public, the house feels too quiet for his personality, almost mismatched. That mismatch creates a sense of emotional distance. SpongeBob expresses endless enthusiasm outside, but when he returns home, the silence feels louder. It's in these moments that viewers sense his loneliness most clearly. He fills the world with laughter, yet his home echoes with stillness no one else sees. Interestingly, SpongeBob rarely invites people into his home. Patrick appears occasionally, and Sandy visits on rare occasions, but SpongeBob mostly keeps his home life separate. This unspoken boundary suggests that the pineapple is more than just a living space. It is a place where SpongeBob keeps the softer parts of himself hidden. Even his best friends don't see much of it, as if the house contains aspects of him that he doesn't want to expose. The privacy he maintains contrasts sharply with his open, outgoing nature, revealing a deeper emotional divide within him. Despite this stillness, the house is not sad in an overt way. It's warm, colorful, and filled with charm. But that charm is tinged with a delicate melancholy, the kind that appears when we revisit childhood spaces and see how little they've grown with us. SpongeBob's home captures the tension between wanting to stay young and needing to evolve. It is a sanctuary for innocence, but sanctuaries can become cages when held onto too tightly. His pineapple stands as a reminder that trying to preserve happiness unchanged can sometimes prevent new forms of happiness from entering our lives. Ultimately, SpongeBob's home symbolizes the emotional pause he lives in. It is a place untouched by time, untouched by pain, untouched by growth. For him, it feels safe. For us, it feels quietly revealing. The home he loves so much becomes a mirror, reflecting the parts of ourselves that cling to nostalgia, comfort, and stillness. It invites us to examine our own relationship with the spaces we keep unchanged, not to judge them, but to understand the emotions held within their walls. SpongeBob's friendships form the emotional center of his world, yet when we look at them closely, they reveal a quiet complexity hidden beneath the humor. His bond with Patrick feels warm and comforting, but also strangely fragile, held together by SpongeBob's constant effort to maintain closeness. His relationship with Squidward is even more complicated, carrying the push and pull of someone desperate to be accepted by a person who wants nothing to do with him. These dynamics, so familiar from childhood, become far more layered when we revisit them as adults. SpongeBob clings to Patrick with a gentle kind of emotional urgency. Patrick represents stability, a soft, uncomplicated presence who makes SpongeBob feel safe. When SpongeBob laughs around Patrick, it feels genuine. When he worries about losing Patrick's attention, even briefly, it feels like watching a child cling to the one friend who never judges him. His need for Patrick's approval is subtle, but ever present, shaping much of how he behaves in their shared adventures. Patrick, meanwhile, offers comfort through simplicity. He doesn't challenge SpongeBob emotionally, doesn't push him to confront discomfort, and never demands anything meaningful in return. His companionship is easy, almost effortless. Yet that ease also reveals something deeper. Patrick rarely initiates emotional closeness. He floats alongside SpongeBob, rather than actively moving toward him. For SpongeBob, this makes their friendship both soothing and silently unbalanced. He gives warmth, energy, and affection, while Patrick calmly receives it without fully understanding its weight. This imbalance becomes clearer in moments when Patrick forgets SpongeBob's needs, or wanders away without realizing he has left SpongeBob alone. Those scenes, played for humor, feel more tender now. SpongeBob's reactions, his brief flashes of panic, his attempts to win Patrick back, his fear of being replaced, reveal how deeply he depends on the friendship. His attachment to Patrick mirrors a form of anxious optimism, always hoping, always reaching, always trying to keep the connection alive. Squidward stands on the opposite end of this emotional triangle, where Patrick is passive warmth, Squidward is cool rejection. SpongeBob pursues him endlessly, seeking approval from someone who rarely gives even the smallest sign of acceptance. The tragedy lies in SpongeBob's inability to understand Squidward's distance. His enthusiasm becomes a shield against the sting of disinterest, allowing him to pretend that Squidward's impatience is just part of the rhythm of their relationship. For Squidward, SpongeBob represents everything he wishes he could ignore. SpongeBob's energy clashes with Squidward's longing for quiet. His constant attempts at connection intrude on Squidward's carefully maintained solitude. Yet beneath Squidward's irritability lies a softer truth. He is lonely. His dismissive behavior hides a fragile wish to be understood, though he refuses to open the door himself. SpongeBob senses this, even if he can't articulate it. His persistence is his way of saying he sees something worth reaching for in Squidward, even when Squidward pushes him away. The dynamic between SpongeBob and Squidward becomes especially painful in moments when SpongeBob tries to impress him, whether showing off a new skill, offering help, or simply trying to make Squidward laugh. SpongeBob's efforts always carry a silent question. Will you accept me this time? When Squidward responds with annoyance or exhaustion, we can feel the small emotional bruise SpongeBob quickly hides with another burst of cheerfulness. It is a cycle many adults recognize, the yearning for validation from someone emotionally inaccessible. Patrick's presence intensifies this dynamic. With Patrick, SpongeBob feels grounded. With Squidward, he feels hopeful, yet insecure. Together, the three of them form a triangle of mismatched emotional needs. Patrick provides SpongeBob with comfort, but little challenge. Squidward represents the challenge, but provides almost no comfort. SpongeBob becomes the connective tissue holding their small world together, trying to bridge their differences with sheer optimism. There is subtle ache in the way SpongeBob divides himself between them. He adopts a softer tone around Patrick, becoming a mirror for Patrick's simplicity. Around Squidward, he becomes brighter, louder, more eager, hoping his light will soften Squidward's walls. It's easy to overlook how exhausting this must be for him. His emotional labor is hidden behind laughter, yet it shapes every interaction. He changes his intensity, depending on who stands beside him, revealing how sensitive he is to the emotional atmosphere around him. Many scenes that once seemed chaotic now feel like subtle emotional negotiations. SpongeBob trying to pull both Patrick and Squidward into the same activity often ends in disaster because their needs are so different. SpongeBob is trying to create harmony where harmony may never naturally exist. These moments echo the adult experience of holding together friendships that evolved at different speeds, where one person becomes the center point that others orbit around without noticing the strain. Even the show's comedic misunderstandings carry emotional undercurrents. When Patrick accidentally hurts SpongeBob's feelings, the quiet expressions SpongeBob wears in those brief moments say more than the jokes surrounding them. When Squidward lashes out, SpongeBob's confusion reveals how deeply he wants Squidward to like him, and when SpongeBob goes out of his way to make the three of them feel connected, his efforts reveal a longing for family as much as friendship. The emotional triangle is not stable, but that instability is what makes their interactions so human. SpongeBob loves with full force, Patrick loves without awareness, and Squidward hides his longing beneath irritation. Together, they form a portrait of friendships we have all experienced. Friendships we fight for, friendships we fall into, and friendships that stretch us in ways we don't always understand. As adults, we see these relationships with clearer eyes. The chaos feels less random. The patterns feel familiar. The humor remains, but behind it lies a quiet truth. SpongeBob is not just seeking fun. He is seeking belonging. His relationships shape him, comfort him, confuse him, and occasionally wound him. And in this emotional balancing act, we can recognize pieces of ourselves, our younger selves, our present selves, and the selves still learning how to connect in a world that doesn't always meet us halfway. Squidward's life unfolds quietly in the background of Bikini Bottom, yet when we watch him closely, his story becomes one of the most human and heartbreaking in the entire series. He is a character defined not by anger, but by disappointment, and not by bitterness, but by a gentle, persistent ache. His days follow the same weary rhythm, waking alone, preparing for another shift at a job he hates, enduring the noise and chaos of neighbors who seem determined to disrupt the little peace he manages to carve out. What looks like crankiness from afar reveals itself as exhaustion, born from years of unmet dreams. Squidward once imagined a different life. His clarinet sits at the center of his identity, not as a hobby, but as a piece of his soul. Each note he plays carries the weight of hope he once held. Though the music often sounds strained or off-key, the intention behind it remains sincere. When he closes his eyes and plays, he disappears into an inner world where he believes he still has a chance. Those short moments feel like the last remnants of his younger self, the part of him that wanted to be seen, appreciated, and admired. When he finishes playing and silence returns, the gap between his dreams and his reality becomes painfully visible. His artistic frustration is not loud or dramatic. It is quiet, seeping through the small details of his life. The way he adjusts his posture before playing a single note, the hesitation before performing for others, the forced confidence masking embarrassment. Each gesture carries the story of someone who tried, failed, and never fully recovered. Squidward avoids talking about his aspirations because acknowledging them would mean acknowledging the pain of their collapse. His sarcasm becomes a soft shield he uses to protect himself from further disappointment. His job at the Krusty Krab adds another layer to his emotional fatigue. Working behind the register, day after day, becomes a symbol of his resignation. He isn't just irritated by customers. He is quietly grieving the life he thought he would have by now. Every mundane task reminds him of where he didn't end up. Watching SpongeBob thrive in the same environment only deepens the sadness, not because he dislikes SpongeBob as a person, but because SpongeBob represents something Squidward lost long ago: the ability to find joy in simple places. Squidward sees SpongeBob's enthusiasm as naive, yet beneath his irritation lies a longing for that innocence. He feels stuck, not only physically, but emotionally. His home, perfectly square and perfectly organized, reflects the structure he tries to impose on a life that feels chaotic to him. The design is intentional. Strong walls, minimal decoration, controlled lighting. He has built a fortress to shield himself from a world that overwhelms him, yet the home that protects him also isolates him. He sits inside it, evening after evening, convincing himself he prefers solitude, even as his silence becomes a heavier burden. The tragedy of Squidward's life is not that he has failed. It is that he can no longer imagine succeeding. He has been disappointed so many times that hope now feels dangerous. He avoids trying new things because he fears reliving the humiliation of past attempts. His identity has become intertwined with his cynicism, not because he enjoys negativity, but because it offers a sense of control. If he expects nothing, he cannot be hurt again. Many viewers recognize this feeling deeply, the urge to shrink away from ambition after too many setbacks. Despite his prickly demeanor, Squidward's heart remains strangely tender. We see glimpses of it in rare episodes where he opens up just a little. When he builds sandcastles with SpongeBob, when he dances freely during a moment of pride, or when he accidentally forms a connection despite himself, something soft breaks through his hardened exterior. Those fleeting moments reveal the version of Squidward that still wishes for appreciation, belonging, and a chance to be understood. They are reminders that beneath every layer of irritation lies a person who once believed in something beautiful. Squidward's resentment toward his neighbors is rooted in this vulnerability. SpongeBob and Patrick live without fear of failure, while Squidward carries the memory of every failure he's ever felt. Their carefree approach to life threatens the fragile balance he maintains. If he lets himself feel too much, he risks reopening wounds he has spent years trying to close. So he distances himself, choosing irritation over intimacy, sarcasm over sincerity. That distance is not created out of cruelty, but out of self-preservation. His loneliness is perhaps the quietest part of his tragedy. Squidward rarely receives visitors, rarely reaches out, and rarely participates in the community around him. He longs for admiration, yet cannot tolerate the vulnerability required to be seen. His isolation is both his protection and his prison. Many adults find themselves in a similar space, caught between wanting connection and fearing the disappointment that connection might bring. Squidward becomes a mirror for that internal tug-of-war. Yet his story is not hopeless. There is a strange comfort in his consistency, a sense that he endures because he must, not because he enjoys the struggle, but because he still carries a sliver of resilience. His routine, though repetitive, gives him structure. His clarinet, though imperfect, gives him expression. His sarcastic remarks, though sharp, give him identity. He may feel stuck, but he also remains grounded, holding on to pieces of himself even when life does not give him the recognition he hoped for. When we watch Squidward now, older and more aware, we see the depth beneath his frown. We see the heartbreak behind his sighs, the fear behind his frustration, and the longing inside his silence. He is not simply a grumpy neighbor. He is a portrait of dreams deferred, and the quiet struggle to accept a life that didn't unfold as expected. And in that portrait, many viewers find their own unspoken emotions reflected back at them. Squidward's house stands tall and expressionless, a rigid stone mask resting quietly on a suburban patch of sand. At first glance, it feels dignified, almost majestic. But when viewed through a softer, more reflective lens, the home becomes an emotional clue to Squidward's inner life. Its stark design reveals how deeply he longs for protection from the world outside. The towering structure feels less like a place to live, and more like a barrier, something built to keep feelings out rather than to welcome anything in. The stone surface shows no warmth, no invitation, only the weight of someone who has learned to survive by closing himself off. The interior of his home mirrors this emotional landscape with almost unsettling precision. The colors are muted, dusty blues, dull greens, the occasional brown worn thinner with time. Nothing inside seems chosen for comfort. The rooms are tidy to the point of rigidity, each object placed with mathematical precision. Squidward's furniture is utilitarian, not cozy. His decorations minimal, not expressive. Even his cherished art pieces carry a stiff, controlled energy. His home lacks softness, because Squidward has trained himself to avoid anything that might make him feel vulnerable. Walking through his house feels like moving through the rooms of someone who once cared deeply, but has grown too tired to continue caring. There are no signs of joyful memories, no small personal touches that reveal affection or relationship. Instead, every corner reflects order. Order is Squidward's armor, his way of preventing the emotional messiness that connection can bring. When we watch him step into his house and exhale in relief, it becomes clear that this structure is his sanctuary, a controlled environment where no one can disturb him, challenge him, or accidentally hurt him. But sanctuaries built from avoidance have a way of turning into cages. The longer Squidward lives inside these rigid walls, the more disconnected he becomes from the world around him. His home protects him from discomfort, yet it also shields him from warmth. The coldness is not intentional. It is a byproduct of self-preservation. Squidward is afraid that opening the door emotionally might invite disappointment. So instead, he surrounds himself with emptiness, convincing himself that emptiness is safer than risk. The house is filled with structure, but lacking in softness. There are no warm lights, no cozy corners, no traces of laughter. When Squidward sits alone in his living room, the air feels still, almost heavy. The silence in his home is not peaceful silence. It is the silence of unspoken emotion. Even the echo of his clarinet playing bounces off the walls in a way that feels lonely rather than artistic. Each room amplifies his solitude, creating an environment that mirrors a heart carefully protected from new hurt. His meticulous routines reinforce this emotional rigidity. Squidward wakes at the same time each day, prepares breakfast the same way, and moves through his home with predictable steps. These rituals bring him comfort, but they also prevent him from breaking free of patterns that quietly reinforce his isolation. When a routine is born from fear rather than choice, it becomes a wall instead of a rhythm. Squidward has built his life around routines that keep him distant from anything unpredictable, and his home reflects that carefully constructed distance. Even the layout of his house reveals the emotional architecture he has built around himself. The tall, narrow structure leaves little room for communal spaces, instead emphasizing solitary environments where Squidward can sit with his thoughts without interruption. His bedroom is simple, almost sparse. His kitchen contains only what he needs. His windows are angled in a way that gives him control over what he sees and who can see him. This architectural stiffness becomes a physical manifestation of an internal belief. Safety comes from control. Yet the home is not without hints of longing. Squidward's art room, though often shown briefly, is the one place where his vulnerability seeps through. The lighting softens slightly, and the colors shift to a gentler palette. Here, he allows himself to imagine a different life, one where creativity leads to appreciation rather than ridicule. The room is still controlled, still orderly, but it carries more emotional warmth than the rest of the house. It reveals that Squidward's rigidity is not a natural part of his personality, but a shield built out of necessity. There are moments when Squidward's home betrays him, revealing cracks in the emotional armor he tries to maintain. When he becomes overwhelmed, his house begins to feel too small. The walls seem closer, the rooms quieter, the routines more suffocating. These moments are subtle, but they show that even Squidward senses the cost of his isolation. The fortress he has created to protect himself has grown into something heavy, and he cannot always ignore the weight. For viewers who connect their emotional lives to physical environments, Squidward's house becomes a powerful symbol. Many people create their own versions of this emotional architecture. Bedrooms arranged to reduce vulnerability, apartments that feel safe but lonely, routines that keep the world at arm's length. Squidward's home resonates because it reflects the fear of being hurt and the longing to feel understood. It exposes how easy it is to hide inside the places we build, to shield ourselves. In late-night reflections, when episodes play softly in the background, Squidward's home feels even more revealing. The quietness becomes more noticeable, the lack of warmth more striking. When SpongeBob knocks at his door, the sound disrupts not just Squidward's routine, but the emotional stillness he relies on. Squidward reacts sharply, because each knock threatens the fragile equilibrium he has built. His frustration is not anger at SpongeBob's presence, but fear that connection might stir emotions he has worked hard to silence. Squidward's house stands as an emotional monument to a life shaped by disappointment and guarded resilience. It is a space that comforts him with its predictability, yet confines him with its emptiness. Every room whispers the same truth. He is safer alone, but he is also lonelier because of it. And in that delicate contradiction, viewers find a quiet reflection of their own struggles, the desire to feel safe, and the deep, unspoken wish to be seen. Squidward's worst moments often appear on screen as exaggerated jokes, scenes designed to make viewers laugh at his misery, rather than notice the deeper emotions underneath. Yet, when we return to these episodes as adults, something shifts in the way they feel. The slapstick chaos, the relentless noise, and the constant disruptions begin to resemble the experience of emotional burnout, rather than comedic misfortune. Squidward becomes less a punchline and more a portrait of someone stretched beyond his limits, a character caught in a loop where every new problem presses against an already frayed emotional edge. What once made us laugh now feels strangely heavy, as though the humor is hiding something we didn't have the words for when we were younger. In many of these so-called Squidward torture episodes, the humor depends on overwhelming him with situations that force him into reactions he no longer has the emotional capacity to manage. The laughter we once felt as children fades into recognition. This is what it feels like to carry too much for too long. Squidward's irritability is not simple bitterness. It is exhaustion layered across years of feeling unseen. When SpongeBob and Patrick unintentionally ruin his day yet again, the comedy hides a quieter truth. He isn't truly angry at them. He is defeated by the pressure of constant interruption, the weight of losing control over even the smallest parts of his life. His meltdowns, though exaggerated for animation, reveal emotional patterns familiar to anyone who has reached a breaking point. The sudden outbursts, the collapse into despair, the attempts to retreat into solitude. Each moment points to someone who has tried to cope for far too long without rest. Squidward doesn't truly hate SpongeBob or Patrick. He hates the pressure of constant intrusion, the sensation of never being able to breathe without something going wrong. His suffering becomes an allegory for burnout, showing what happens when noise constantly outweighs peace. Episodes where everything goes wrong for Squidward in rapid succession often highlight how little control he feels over his own life. The universe seems unreasonably against him, not because of malice, but because he is already too depleted to weather even small challenges. The humor of events spiraling beyond his control reflects the surreal feeling of burnout, when life's chaos no longer makes logical sense, and the world feels like it is pushing down harder each time you attempt to stand. Squidward's frustration becomes a quiet cry for stability. There is a subtle sadness in how the other characters respond to Squidward's collapses. SpongeBob often misinterprets Squidward's pain as an invitation to help, not realizing that his well-meaning enthusiasm only adds more noise to Squidward's already overloaded senses. Patrick contributes to the chaos without understanding he is causing harm. Their innocence casts Squidward's reactions in an even more tragic light. He is surrounded by people who care in their own simplistic ways, yet none of them can see the emotional storm swirling beneath his forced composure. These episodes reveal that Squidward's suffering is not meant to be cruel. It is meant to mirror the parts of adulthood where we carry emotions we don't know how to express. The humor softens the weight, but beneath it lies a portrait of someone who wants peace so badly that every disruption feels like an attack. His exaggerated reactions signal not weakness, but accumulated pain, the kind that builds slowly until even small disappointments become overwhelming. Burnout is quiet until it isn't, and Squidward's pain shows us how easily unresolved emotions can transform everyday moments into sources of dread. When Squidward tries to escape, whether by running away, isolating himself, or fantasizing about new beginnings, these moments reflect an emotional truth we rarely acknowledged as children. Escaping isn't selfish for him. It's a survival instinct. His desperation to find a place without noise or pressure reveals how deeply he longs for rest. Yet even when he finds temporary peace, something inevitably drags him back into the cycle. These storylines echo the real-world experience of trying to break free from environments that drain us, only to be pulled back by obligations, routines, or circumstance. There is also an eerie stillness beneath Squidward's comedic misfortune. In the quiet moments after the chaos settles, he often sits in resignation, eyes tired, body slumped. These scenes last only a few seconds, but they hold more emotional truth than any joke. They show the moment when a person gives up trying to push back against the world and instead accepts the exhaustion as a permanent part of themselves. The audience feels it, even if they don't consciously process it. A soft ache behind the humor. Revisiting these episodes late at night, viewers often sense something they couldn't name as kids. A feeling that Squidward isn't just unlucky, but deeply burdened. His suffering is symbolic of the invisible emotional load many people carry, the weight they hide beneath sarcasm, silence, or half-hearted attempts at optimism. The universe isn't truly against Squidward. He is simply too tired to meet its demands. And in that quiet recognition, his character becomes unexpectedly relatable. His worst moments take on new meaning when we view them with empathy instead of laughter. The chaos begins to look like an expression of inner turmoil, a reminder of how burnout transforms everyday life into something overwhelming. Squidward's reactions, though exaggerated, reveal the humanity buried beneath his cynicism. They show that pain does not always appear as sadness. It often appears as irritation, impatience, or the urge to withdraw. Seeing Squidward through this emotional lens allows viewers to understand his character with a gentleness we didn't possess as children. And as this realization sinks in, something quietly powerful happens. Squidward becomes less of a joke and more of a mirror. His suffering reflects the subtle tragedy of pushing through emotional exhaustion without support, understanding, or rest. The comedy remains, but beneath it lies a reminder that even exaggerated suffering can carry honest meaning, inviting us to acknowledge our own exhaustion, reclaim emotional balance, and find ways to move forward. Patrick has always been the gentle driftwood of Bikini Bottom, floating through life with a soft smile and an unrushed mind. As kids, we laughed at his slowness and the gaps in his understanding, treating his confusion like a simple joke. But when we return as adults, Patrick's innocence feels different. His pauses, his blank stares, his effortless ability to exist without worry carry an unexpected emotional weight. His simplicity becomes less about ignorance and more about the quiet choices someone makes when the world feels too loud. There is a peace in his stillness, a refuge in his calm that begins to look purposeful rather than accidental. When Patrick wakes beneath his rock, his world is already quiet. He lives without clutter, without pressure, without any demands that pull him in different directions. This minimal existence feels less like a limitation and more like a form of emotional self-preservation. He has stripped his life down to what he can manage and what makes him feel safe. Many adults, overwhelmed by expectations, understand this instinct intimately. There is something soothing about a life that asks for nothing more than presence. Patrick embodies that simplicity, holding on to it with a softness that stands out in a town full of noise. His interactions with SpongeBob reveal even more depth. SpongeBob's energy can be overwhelming, yet Patrick absorbs it with remarkable ease. He doesn't always follow the details, but he feels the emotion. When SpongeBob is excited, Patrick leans in. When SpongeBob is sad, Patrick becomes gentler. He may not respond with insight or eloquence, but he offers something rarer, a steady emotional presence without a judgment. His warmth acts like a grounding force, balancing SpongeBob's anxious need for connection with a kind of effortless acceptance. In this way, Patrick becomes a quiet anchor, giving SpongeBob a place to rest his heart. There are moments when Patrick appears lost in thought, staring into nothing with a softness that borders on melancholy. As children, we assumed these were empty moments, signs of a mind that simply wasn't processing much. But now, those pauses feel more layered. Patrick looks as if he is drifting through his own inner world, a place untouched by the pressures that weigh on everyone else. His distance doesn't feel like neglect. It feels like retreat. A retreat into the one place where he doesn't have to keep up with anyone else's expectations. The world may call him slow, but slowness becomes its own form of peace. Patrick's forgetfulness takes on new meaning as well. It is easy to see it as a comedic flaw, but viewed gently, it becomes a shield. Forgetting allows him to release frustration, embarrassment, or conflict before it can settle inside him. While other characters cling to grudges or worries, Patrick simply lets the moment slip away. This isn't incompetence. It's emotional survival. Forgetting becomes his way of staying unburdened, refusing to carry the weight that others hold on to. But this habit also creates a quiet unease, raising unspoken questions about what he chooses to remember and what slips through the cracks. Beneath the warmth, there is a shadow of mystery. Patrick's simplicity can also be read as a conscious step away from chaos. He rarely seeks attention, rarely pushes himself into stressful situations, and rarely complicates his life with ambition. Instead, he gravitates toward ease, comfort, and steady companionship. In many ways, he lives like someone who has experienced overwhelm before and has chosen not to return to it. His minimal environment reflects this emotional boundary. His rock, plain and dark, offers shelter without stimulation. It may not look inviting from the outside, but for Patrick, it may be the safest place he knows. In the moments when Patrick does show bursts of clarity or surprising intelligence, something intriguing happens. The shift feels intentional, almost like glimpsing a version of him that exists beneath the soft layers of calm he usually wears. These flashes aren't random. They are glimpses of someone who understands more than he lets on, someone who chooses not to complicate his life with constant awareness. It suggests that Patrick's innocence may not be a lack of understanding, but a refusal to live in a state of constant tension. Emotional quietness becomes a choice, not a limitation. Patrick's friendship with SpongeBob reveals how much emotional stability he provides, without ever needing recognition. SpongeBob leans on Patrick's presence, seeking reassurance simply by being near him. Patrick doesn't give motivational speeches or deep advice. He gives stillness. He gives acceptance. He gives a space where SpongeBob can exist without performing. This kind of support is often overlooked because it is silent, but it carries immense emotional significance. It keeps SpongeBob grounded, offering him a refuge from the chaos of his own enthusiasm. There is also a gentle sadness in Patrick's drifting existence. He floats from moment to moment without direction, without long-term aspirations, without any anchor beyond his friendships. This lack of structure suggests that something inside him may have stopped growing long ago, choosing comfort over risk. His innocence becomes both his shield and his limitation. It protects him from the sharp edges of the world, but it keeps him suspended in simplicity. Adults watching him now may see the sweetness, but also the quiet ache of someone who has learned to survive by staying small. Patrick's presence in Bikini Bottom becomes a reminder of how people cope differently with emotional noise. Some grow louder, some push harder. Patrick softens. He slows. He lets the world wash over him without demanding anything in return. His peace is gentle, but fragile, held together by routine and familiarity. And through this reinterpretation, Patrick transforms from comic relief into an unexpectedly complex character, one whose innocence carries both comfort and quiet weight. SpongeBob may be the bright light of their friendship, but Patrick is the steady flame. He brings balance, grounding, and an emotional simplicity that helps SpongeBob feel safe. His slowness, once a joke, becomes a kind of wisdom, a reminder that peace sometimes comes from stepping back, letting go, and refusing to carry more than you can hold. And in those moments when Patrick gazes off into the distance, lost in thoughts only he understands, we sense the depth beneath the surface, the gentle mystery that makes his innocence feel both comforting and strangely haunting. Patrick's rock has always been a visual joke, a simple gag that made us laugh because of how absurd it looked. A rock as a home, a door that lifts like a lid, a dark and empty space beneath it. All of it seemed silly, harmless, almost charming. But when we look at it again through an older lens, something about it feels strangely hollow. Its emptiness begins to echo, its darkness grows heavier, and its lack of structure becomes symbolic rather than funny. The rock stops being a punchline and starts becoming a quiet glimpse into Patrick's emotional world. The first thing we notice when Patrick lifts his rock is the absence of anything inside. There are no decorations, no memories displayed, no colors, no warmth. Just a floor, a small TV, and, on occasion, a piece of furniture that appears for a moment before disappearing again. The minimalism is extreme, almost unsettling. It suggests a life lived without attachments, without objects that carry meaning, without any desire to shape the space into something personal. Patrick lives in a place that holds nothing, and that emptiness begins to reflect something deeper about his emotional landscape. His rock looks like a home, frozen in time. There is no progression from one season to another, no signs of growth or transformation. Patrick has not added anything to it over the years, nor has he removed anything, because there is nothing to remove. It is a static environment, untouched by memory or change. For many adults, especially those who have lived through periods of emotional stagnation, this kind of stillness feels familiar. It is the stillness of someone who has stopped expecting anything from tomorrow, someone who has learned to survive without seeking more. Inside the rock, darkness dominates, not the comforting kind, but a blank darkness that feels uninhabited. Patrick often sits in this dimness without expressing discomfort, suggesting a deep emotional acclimation to emptiness. He is at ease in a space that would make most people feel lonely. His comfort reveals something profound. Patrick does not seek stimulation or decoration because he does not believe he needs them. His emotional needs are simple, but that simplicity carries a quiet ache. It speaks to a heart that has learned to live without expecting connection or expression. The lack of structure inside the rock mirrors Patrick's inner life. His thoughts drift freely, without direction, just like the space he inhabits. There are no boundaries, no rooms, no separation of areas for different parts of his life. Everything is open and undefined. This lack of structure might appear humorous at first, but when we consider it emotionally, it looks like the inside of a mind that avoids complexity. Patrick rarely confronts difficult feelings because there is no internal space designated for processing them. Everything blends together into a soft fog of simplicity. There is something quietly lonely about a home that shows no imprint of the person living inside it. SpongeBob's home is filled with bright objects and signs of personality. Squidward's home is structured, tidy, and expressive of his artistic aspirations. But Patrick's home gives nothing away. It reveals no memories, no desires, no hobbies, no signs of who he hopes to be. The emptiness becomes a statement. Patrick does not project himself onto his environment because perhaps he does not know how. Or perhaps he has learned not to. When friends visit his home, Patrick rarely reacts with embarrassment. Instead, he treats the emptiness as normal. This acceptance reveals an emotional truth. Patrick's world, both internal and external, operates on minimal expectations. He doesn't seek to impress or connect through display. The rock protects him from judgment by offering nothing to judge. For introspective viewers, this simplicity can feel relatable. Many people retreat into sparse spaces during difficult times, choosing environments that demand nothing from them. Patrick's rock can also be seen as a symbol of emotional safety. A rock is solid, impenetrable, and unchanging. Living beneath one suggests a desire to hide under something that cannot be moved, broken, or altered. It is stability in its rawest form. Patrick may not consciously think of his home this way, but the symbolism is clear. He has chosen a world that cannot collapse, because it was never built up in the first place. There are no expectations inside a rock, and no expectations mean no disappointments. There is a quiet melancholy in the way Patrick interacts with the space. He lies on the floor instead of a bed. He watches TV without adjusting the lighting or comfort around him. He feels no need to fill the dark corners or organize the emptiness. This behavior hints at a life where emotional effort has become unnecessary. Patrick avoids complexity by avoiding the need to create meaning. Yet beneath that softness, we sense something haunting. How did he learn to be this way? What experiences shaped his desire for simplicity over expression? The rock's isolation also speaks to Patrick's relationship with the outside world. He lives close to SpongeBob, yet seems emotionally distant at times. When he retreats under his rock, he disconnects completely, shutting out light, sound, and interaction. This withdrawal feels natural to him, as if he has always known how to disappear quietly. For many viewers, especially those who value silence and solitude, Patrick's retreat into darkness feels familiar. It reflects the instinct to hide when emotions become overwhelming, even if the hiding place feels empty. Despite the emptiness, the rock is not a sad place for Patrick. It is peaceful. It is undemanding. It holds him gently without asking anything in return. But for those watching, the emptiness creates a soft tension. We can feel the loneliness he does not name, the stagnation he does not acknowledge. The darkness becomes a mirror, reflecting the quiet voids we carry in our own lives. The places where we feel frozen, unexpressed, or unable to grow. Patrick's rock is not just a gag. It is a symbolic echo of a mind that has learned to survive by staying simple, empty, and safe. It represents emotional quietness, but also emotional absence. And when we view it with empathy, we begin to understand that Patrick's innocence is intertwined with a loneliness he may not even recognize. His home becomes the physical shape of that truth, reminding us that emptiness can be comforting, but it can also hold stories we have yet to uncover. Patrick's intelligence has always been presented as a running joke, a flickering light that turns on and off at the convenience of the episode. Yet when we look closer, those shifts feel strangely unsettling. They don't follow a comedic pattern so much as an emotional one, appearing in moments that seem tied to pressure, fear, or unexpected clarity. In one scene, Patrick can barely form a sentence. In another, he delivers wisdom with the ease of someone who has always understood more than he lets on. These fluctuations feel less like randomness and more like windows into a mind that drifts between states, revealing pieces of something deeper each time the veil lifts. There are moments when Patrick suddenly becomes articulate, offering insights that surpass even the more intelligent characters around him. He speaks clearly, reasons effectively, and expresses thoughts that seem completely out of character. These scenes feel eerie in hindsight, as though a hidden part of Patrick briefly rises to the surface. The rapid shift from confusion to clarity suggests he is not unaware, but compartmentalized. His intelligence seems to operate on a rhythm that only he understands, pulsing quietly beneath his simple exterior. When it emerges, it feels like a reminder that he is holding more inside than he ever shows, even to the people closest to him. At other times, Patrick regresses so completely that he appears disconnected from his surroundings, almost as if his mind has stepped away from the moment. His eyes glaze over, his responses slow to a crawl, and he seems to lose his grasp on basic reasoning. These episodes, treated as slapstick humor, carry a subtle discomfort when watched through a calm, reflective lens. They resemble emotional shutdown rather than silliness, a kind of retreat into a mental quiet place. Patrick may fall into these states when overwhelmed or overstimulated, slipping into them like someone who has learned to cope by dimming the world around him. These extremes, sharp clarity and near-absent awareness, don't feel like two different versions of Patrick. They feel like fragments of one person trying to balance internal and external worlds. His mind seems to move between states, the way dreams shift from vivid to foggy. When Patrick becomes surprisingly intelligent, it might be a moment when he feels safe enough for deeper thoughts to surface. When he seems unaware, it may be a response to emotional noise he cannot handle. The inconsistency begins to look like emotional adaptation rather than comedic randomness, as if Patrick's mind has learned to protect him by fluctuating between presence and absence. Patrick's environment plays a large role in these shifts. Under his rock, where everything is dark and quiet, he settles into his simplest state. The emptiness of the space allows his mind to rest, free from stimulation and expectation. But outside, especially when SpongeBob or Squidward pulls him into conflict or adventure, Patrick's cognitive state wavers. Stress seems to dim him, while calm moments bring hidden clarity to the surface. His intelligence does not disappear. It retreats. It remains tucked away beneath layers of softness, resurfacing only when the emotional landscape feels safe enough for it to breathe. There is an unsettling beauty in Patrick's unpredictability. It suggests that he is not naive, but fragmented, living with pieces of himself that rarely align at the same time. His simplicity becomes a mask that shields him from the confusion of the world, while his sudden intelligence feels like a brief alignment of internal clarity. Many adults understand this feeling deeply, the sense of being sharp one day and foggy the next, depending on stress, exhaustion, or emotional overwhelm. Patrick embodies this quiet instability in a way that feels strangely relatable. His mind drifts, snaps into focus, then drifts again, like waves rising and falling without warning. When viewed this way, Patrick's intelligence shifts become part of a larger emotional puzzle inside Bikini Bottom. The fluctuations hint at something unresolved, something gently troubling beneath his innocence. They raise the question of how he came to live in such a quiet, minimal world, and why his mind slips between brightness and shadow with such ease. Patrick's gentle nature may be the result of choosing peace over complexity, but it may also reflect the remnants of something he no longer remembers or prefers not to face. And if Patrick carries this hidden fragmentation, it suggests the other characters may carry their own, waiting silently beneath the stories we thought we understood. The Krusty Krab has always seemed like a simple place. A small restaurant with wooden floors, squeaky doors, and a constant stream of hungry customers drifting in and out. But when we revisit it as adults, something about it feels different. The restaurant doesn't just serve food, it serves routine. Every morning, SpongeBob steps through its familiar doorway with the same excitement, the same practiced cheer, the same hopeful energy that has carried him through countless shifts. Yet beneath that enthusiasm lies a quiet melancholy that lingers in the corners of the dining room, settling into the space between each repetitive moment. The Krusty Krab becomes more than a comedic workplace. It becomes a symbol for the adult experience of returning to the same job day after day, holding on to pockets of joy to soften the weight of exhaustion. The restaurant's routine rarely changes. The grill sizzles, the order bell rings, customers shuffle forward, and the day unfolds with predictable rhythm. For many viewers, this feels painfully familiar. The lunch rush mirrors the rushes we navigate in our own lives, moments where everything blends together into a single blur of activity. SpongeBob navigates this blur with enthusiasm that looks admirable as children, but begins to feel more complex when viewed through older eyes. His cheerfulness becomes a shield, a way to filter out the burnout that naturally accumulates in a place where every day feels the same. It is not false joy, but it is protective joy, a brightness used to hold back the shadows. When SpongeBob flips his patties with perfect precision, there is a comfort in the repetition. It gives him structure, purpose, and a sense of stability he struggles to find elsewhere. But the comfort is tinged with something quieter, an unspoken exhaustion that comes from doing the same task without recognition or advancement. His job is not a path, it is a loop, and he embraces the loop with a love that feels both endearing and faintly heartbreaking. Many adults understand this intimately, the way consistent work can keep us grounded, even as it slowly wears on parts of us we don't talk about. The restaurant itself feels strangely hollow when the rush ends. The clatter fades, the tables empty, and the silence settles back into place like dust. These quiet moments reveal the emotional emptiness beneath the surface. The Krusty Krab has no decorations celebrating its employees, no warmth built into its design. The wooden walls simply stand there, unmoved, unchanged. It is a place meant to function, not to nurture. SpongeBob fills it with life, and Squidward fills it with sighs. But the building holds neither. It is a shell, echoing with unspoken tension, and the faint loneliness that lingers after customers leave. Even the routines between SpongeBob and Squidward carry emotional weight. SpongeBob bursts with energy, eager to make the restaurant feel lively, while Squidward trudges through his shifts with a heaviness that makes every minute feel slow. Their contrasting attitudes highlight the strange emotional duality of the workplace. One person gives everything they have to brighten the environment, while another tries desperately to endure it. Both are coping in their own ways, and inside the quiet stillness of the Krusty Krab, their coping mechanisms exist side by side, shaping the emotional atmosphere of every shift. SpongeBob's enthusiasm hides his exhaustion, but Squidward's exhaustion hides his longing. Watching them interact now feels less like a comedic mismatch and more like a study in workplace dynamics that many adults understand too well. One worker overperforms to keep the environment positive, while another withdraws to survive the monotony. Their energy fills opposite ends of the emotional spectrum, leaving the restaurant suspended between forced brightness and weary resignation. The Krusty Krab absorbs both, turning into a space that carries silent tension even during its happiest scenes. The monotony of SpongeBob's job becomes even more striking when we notice how rarely anything changes inside the restaurant. The menu never evolves. The decor never shifts. Even customer behavior stays eerily consistent. This lack of progression creates a kind of emotional stillness that mirrors the lives of those who feel stuck in repetitive jobs. SpongeBob, however, tries to turn monotony into comfort. He pours joy into his work, not because the environment inspires him, but because he needs something to hold on to. His optimism becomes an emotional lifeline, a way of turning routine into meaning. But beneath that optimism, small cracks appear. There are episodes where SpongeBob falters, moments where his smile softens, and his energy dips just slightly. These glimpses feel more profound as adults, reminding us that even the happiest workers have limits. The Krusty Krab demands energy without giving much back, and SpongeBob knows this on some level. His joy is genuine, but it is also effortful. It keeps him moving, but it also protects him from acknowledging the emptiness that surrounds him. The lunch rush, once chaotic and funny, now feels like a metaphor for the overwhelming cycles of adulthood. People come and go, consuming the product of SpongeBob's hard work without recognizing the heart behind it. He feeds a world that rarely feeds him back, and when the table's empty once more, he returns to the grill, ready to start over. It is a rhythm both comforting and quietly tragic, showing how people can pour themselves into work that barely sees them. The Krusty Krab's sadness isn't dramatic. It is subtle, lingering in the repetitive motions, the unchanged walls, and the silent aftermath of each shift. It becomes the emotional backdrop for SpongeBob's efforts to stay bright. His optimism filters the burnout, but it does not erase it. The restaurant remains a place where joy must be created, not found. For viewers who have worked draining jobs, this truth feels deeply familiar. The Krusty Krab becomes a reminder that even beloved routines can carry hidden weight. And as we settle into this emotional reinterpretation, another quiet question forms. If the restaurant's monotony wears on SpongeBob, what does it do to the person running it? Mr. Krabs' fixation on money might not be greed alone. It may be the remnant of something older, deeper, and far more fragile. Mr. Krabs has long been painted as the greedy character of Bikini Bottom, the one who clutches pennies with desperate devotion and panics at the slightest hint of financial loss. As children, we laughed at his stinginess, treating it as a silly exaggeration. But when we revisit him now, something in his behavior feels heavier. greed alone cannot explain the way he acts. The intensity behind his fear of losing money hints at a deeper emotional world, shaped by instability, anxiety, and memories he rarely lets slip through. His obsession doesn't look like simple greed. It looks like someone trying to hold on to control after living through experiences that took it away. Throughout the series, Mr. Krabs often behaves as though he is one bad day away from losing everything. His panic isn't humorous when viewed through older eyes. It's familiar. It resembles the fear many adults feel when they're working to stay afloat, carrying the weight of survival on their backs. His money is not just currency. It is security. It is protection. It is a reminder that he won't relive something painful from his past. The way he digs into his vault, counting coins with trembling relief, feels like a ritual of reassurance rather than indulgence. He isn't celebrating wealth. He's checking that his world hasn't collapsed again. Mr. Krabs is a single parent, raising Pearl alone in a town where nothing about their family structure is explained. This alone hints at layers of loss and responsibility that go unspoken. He pours his energy into the Krusty Krab because it is the only thing that guarantees Pearl's future. Every penny becomes proof that he is doing enough to protect her. His overprotectiveness, while comical on the surface, reveals a father terrified of failing the one person who depends entirely on him. He hoards money not for selfish joy, but because he equates it with safety, stability, and love, expressed in the only way he knows how. Occasionally, the show gives us glimpses of Mr. Krabs' vulnerability, moments so small they're easy to overlook, yet they reveal a man haunted by experiences he never speaks of directly. In episodes where he's confronted with memories of his past, his demeanor shifts, his eyes soften, his voice trembles ever so slightly, and the bravado fades. These moments suggest that Mr. Krabs wasn't always the hardened figure we know. He once loved freely, trusted easily, and lost deeply. Instead of healing, he responded by closing himself off, believing security comes from guarding rather than growing. Even his laughter carries tension. It often ends too abruptly, or begins with relief rather than joy. He laughs after financial success the way someone breathes out, after narrowly avoiding a disaster. His victories feel like escapes. His failures feel like catastrophes. This emotional intensity reveals a man who associates loss, even minor loss, with danger. The Krusty Krab becomes his lifeline, his anchor, his shield against a world he no longer trusts. His relationship with Pearl underscores this emotional depth even more. Mr. Krabs wants desperately to give her everything she desires, but he doesn't know how to express love without attaching it to financial security. He offers her extravagant gifts with the same fearfulness he shows when guarding his money. It is as if every gesture toward her is an attempt to undo something painful, something that taught him love can vanish suddenly. His protectiveness isn't rooted in control. It is rooted in fear of loss. Pearl becomes his reason for surviving, the one part of his life untouched by his panic, yet shaped entirely by it. Despite his gruff nature, Mr. Krabs shows remarkable tenderness in fleeting moments. When he thinks Pearl is upset with him, his whole body language shifts. He becomes anxious, his voice softens, and he tries desperately to fix things, even if he doesn't fully understand how. These gentle moments expose a side of him that rarely appears, a side shaped by love and emotional fragility. He wants to be a good father, but he hides his softness under layers of sarcasm, rules, and routines, because vulnerability once led to pain. His obsession with money becomes easier to understand through this lens. It is not about wealth. It is about survival. Mr. Krabs grew up in a time of scarcity, hinted at through small jokes and throwaway lines. The memories of those years follow him everywhere. Everything he does revolves around ensuring he never returns to that level of instability. It is the same instinct many adults understand. The panic when savings dip too low, the dread of unexpected expenses, the constant pressure to maintain control in a world where financial security feels fragile. Mr. Krabs represents the part of adulthood shaped by fear of losing what little we have managed to hold on to. His trauma shows in how he reacts to change. The possibility of losing the Krusty Krab terrifies him. The idea of competition sends him spiraling. Even small mishaps push him into survival mode. This constant vigilance creates an emotional exhaustion he never expresses directly, but it seeps through in every frantic decision. For viewers, this behavior becomes a quiet reminder of how fear shapes us, how past wounds affect even the smallest choices, and how survival instincts can masquerade as flaws. Yet, Mr. Krabs is not hopeless. Beneath the anxiety, there is warmth. He laughs with SpongeBob, confides in him occasionally, and trusts him with the most important part of his business. SpongeBob becomes the emotional balance he never found in adulthood, a reminder of simplicity, positivity, and loyalty. Their relationship isn't merely employer and employee. It is a quiet bond built on mutual need. SpongeBob needs a purpose, and Mr. Krabs needs someone to help him feel safe. But the more we understand Mr. Krabs's behavior, the more one question lingers softly underneath the familiar jokes. If his entire life revolves around protecting Pearl from the dangers he once faced, then what exactly happened before she came along? And why does the uncertainty surrounding her origins feel like a missing chapter in his emotional story? One that quietly deepens the shadows behind his obsessive need to keep his world from falling apart. The Krabby Patty secret formula sits at the center of Bikini Bottom's mythology. Yet when seen through a calmer lens, it becomes less of a mystery and more of an emotional metaphor. Characters react to it with reverence, fear, or obsession, each response reflecting something private they're trying to protect. The formula functions like a symbolic heart, carrying the weight of unspoken stories. Instead of imagining hidden ingredients, we can see it as a representation of the quiet truths adults guard inside themselves. Its secrecy becomes a mirror for the boundaries people create to stay safe in an unpredictable world. In many episodes, the formula is treated as something fragile, almost alive, and the reactions surrounding it reveal how protective individuals can become over their inner lives. Mr. Krabs clings to it with desperate care, not simply because it drives his business, but because it symbolizes the one thing he feels he can truly control. His relationship with the formula resembles a person guarding the last remaining piece of stability after enduring years of uncertainty. The recipe becomes shorthand for emotional survival, representing the delicate truths he cannot risk exposing or losing, even to those he trusts most each day. Plankton's obsession with stealing the formula becomes easier to understand when interpreted symbolically. He is not just after a recipe. He is chasing the sense of worth he has long been denied. The formula represents belonging, validation, and the idea that one secret, if finally grasped, could fix old wounds. His pursuit carries an emotional loneliness that feels more tragic than villainous. Every failed attempt reflects the experience of someone trying again and again to fill an internal void. The formula becomes the dream he believes will make him whole, even though he never admits what he is truly seeking. For SpongeBob, the formula holds meaning beyond loyalty to his boss. It embodies the stability he depends on, the structure that gives shape to his days, and the deeper order he believes exists beneath life's chaos. SpongeBob guards the formula not out of secrecy, but out of reverence. To him, it represents the trust Mr. Krabs places in him. Protecting it becomes a quiet expression of faith, a way of honoring the emotional foundation that keeps his world intact. The formula symbolizes the promise that some things, even in an unpredictable ocean, will remain constant if cared for gently enough. In other scenes, the formula becomes a symbol of boundaries. No one is allowed to see it without permission, and this secrecy mirrors the ways people protect their deepest vulnerabilities. Characters who approach it carelessly are treated as intruders, reflecting how emotional boundaries respond when someone gets too close without understanding the fragility inside. The locked safe, the hidden bottle, and the whispered warnings all suggest that the formula is not meant to be consumed casually. It represents the pieces of ourselves we reveal only to those who have earned trust, and even then, only in small, intentional ways today. The formula's mystery also highlights how communities treat private truths. Some characters fear it, some mock it, and others try to exploit it. These reactions resemble the varied ways people respond to another person's emotional core. Plankton tries to force it open, mirroring those who demand access to boundaries not meant for them. SpongeBob protects it gently, mirroring those who respect emotional privacy. Mr. Krabs guards it fiercely, mirroring those who have been hurt before. In this sense, the formula becomes a symbolic crossroads where individual needs collide, revealing how differently people navigate the delicate terrain of hidden feelings within. Even the way the formula is stored contributes to its symbolic meaning. It is hidden in a safe, locked behind layers of metal, darkness, and secrecy. This image mirrors the parts of ourselves we tuck away so deeply that only we remember they exist. The safe protects the formula from intrusion, but it also isolates it, just as emotional walls protect people from pain while preventing genuine closeness. Whenever Mr. Krabs opens the safe, he treats the moment with almost ritualistic care, echoing how individuals approach their most fragile memories with both reverence and fear of resurfacing old wounds again. The formula's secrecy affects the entire town. It becomes a source of rumors, curiosity, and occasional conflict. Yet beneath the surface, these reactions reflect how communities respond to the mysteries each individual carries. Some try to uncover them out of concern, others out of envy, and others simply out of boredom. The formula becomes a quiet reminder that every person holds something private, something unspoken. Its importance does not come from what it contains, but from what it represents. The universal instinct to guard the parts of ourselves that feel too delicate to expose, even to those who care deeply. When viewed this way, the formula shifts from a comedic plot device into a gentle emotional symbol. It represents the hidden recipes people develop to keep their lives balanced. Small habits, quiet beliefs, private comforts, unspoken fears. These internal formulas help individuals cope with uncertainty. They keep them grounded when the world feels unstable. The Krabby Patty recipe stands in for the emotional ingredients people protect, because revealing them might lead to misunderstanding or pain. By treating the formula with reverence, the series quietly honors the emotional boundaries that hold people together through daily shifts and challenges in their hearts. And when we consider how the formula shapes Plankton's lifelong pursuit, the metaphor deepens even further. His obsession reveals not greed, but longing. He believes that possessing the formula will repair something broken inside him, though he cannot articulate what that missing piece is. The lore surrounding the recipe hints that its meaning reaches far beyond food. It becomes a symbol of the emotional truths people chase, without understanding why. And as the story moves forward, the formula's quiet significance begins to illuminate Plankton's loneliness, suggesting his pursuit is less about stealing a secret and more about filling an emptiness. Plankton is one of the smallest characters in Bikini Bottom, yet his presence carries a surprising emotional weight when we look at him through gentler eyes. As children, we saw him only as the villain, a scheming troublemaker, obsessed with stealing a recipe he could never obtain. But returning to him now, with more years and more understanding behind us, reveals something far more tender and quietly tragic. His anger softens into loneliness. His ambition becomes a plea for recognition. His harshness begins to look like the shell someone builds after being left behind too many times. Plankton isn't evil. He is forgotten, and the ache of that truth shapes every part of who he has become. When we first meet Plankton, he stands alone in the chum bucket, surrounded by cold metal walls and empty tables. The emptiness of his restaurant reflects an emptiness inside him that no amount of scheming ever truly fills. His attempts at villainy feel less like malicious plans and more like desperate efforts to matter in a town that rarely acknowledges him. Even his voice carries a hint of yearning beneath its sharp tone, as if he is pleading to be seen, to be remembered, to be included in a world that moved on without him. The small size of his body becomes symbolic of how insignificant he feels, even to himself. Plankton's antagonism masks a deeper truth. He has been living with emotional abandonment for years. We see glimpses of his past in scattered moments, hinting that he once had dreams of friendship and success. But something happened along the way, something that left him isolated. His bitterness grew from the cracks left by early disappointments. His anger formed around the spaces where connection once lived. When he lashes out, it's not the anger of a villain. It's the frustration of someone who remembers what belonging felt like, but no longer knows how to return to it. His obsession with the Krabby Patty formula becomes clearer through this emotional lens. It isn't merely a business strategy or a desire to one-up Mr. Krabs. It is his attempt to create meaning. Plankton believes that stealing the formula will finally bring him validation, that success will erase the loneliness that follows him like a shadow. The formula represents a chance to prove that he is capable, worthy, and still relevant in a town that has dismissed him. Each failed attempt deepens his ache, not because he missed a victory, but because he missed the feeling of being enough. Many episodes reveal moments when Plankton lets his guard slip, showing a side of himself he rarely reveals intentionally. When he cries softly, when he reminisces about his childhood, or when he hesitates before admitting defeat, we see the emotional child beneath the hardened exterior. These moments are usually overshadowed by jokes, but when watched quietly, they become heartbreaking. Plankton's vulnerability feels raw, as if he has forgotten how to ask for help, and now only knows how to disguise his pain and bitterness. There is a sense that he doesn't hate the world. He simply feels invisible in it. Even his intelligence, often used as fuel for comedic failure, carries emotional meaning. He is capable, determined, and creative, but each attempt ends in collapse, because deep down, he doesn't believe he deserves success. His self-sabotage mirrors the behavior of someone who has internalized rejection, someone who expects disappointment before it arrives. The repeated failures reinforce his loneliness, creating a loop where he tries to escape his insignificance, but ends up reinforcing it each time. It is not incompetence. It is the exhaustion of someone who has been fighting alone for too long. The most revealing aspect of Plankton's emotional world is how he reacts when someone shows him kindness. In episodes where SpongeBob offers compassion or friendship, Plankton becomes flustered, confused, even gentle. He doesn't know how to handle warmth because it disrupts the emotional armor he relies on. His guard falls in these moments, and we glimpse the small, wounded heart beneath the cynicism. Plankton's softness is real. It is simply buried under years of pain. That softness makes his loneliness even more haunting, because it shows he still longs for connection, despite pretending he doesn't need it. His relationship with Karen adds another layer to his emotional portrait. Their dynamic is often played for humor. Karen nagging, Plankton ignoring. But beneath the jokes lies the truth that she is the only consistent presence in his life. She is the closest thing he has to a partner, a witness, a companion. Yet even with Karen, Plankton struggles to express gratitude or affection, not because he doesn't care, but because vulnerability feels dangerous to him. He hides behind sarcasm and impatience because emotional intimacy is something he forgot how to navigate long ago. Karen is not just his wife. She is his anchor in a world that rarely offers him stability. Plankton's loneliness becomes most apparent in the small pauses between his failures. The moments when he sits defeated, staring at the floor, his voice quiet and trembling with exhaustion. These scenes last only seconds, but they capture the essence of his character. Someone who carries more hurt than he knows how to express. His pain is not cinematic. It is quiet. It is the pain of being overlooked, dismissed, or forgotten, until the only way to feel visible is through conflict. When we step back and view Plankton, not as a villain, but as someone who longs for connection, his entire story changes. He becomes a symbol for the people who slip through the cracks, whose worth goes unnoticed, whose efforts are overshadowed by their mistakes. He represents an emotional truth many viewers recognize in themselves: the ache of wanting to matter, to be remembered, to be loved, even when life makes those desires feel out of reach. And as this quiet reflection settles, one question begins forming at the edge of the narrative. Who if anyone, sees Plankton clearly? Who understands the loneliness beneath his anger? And what role does Karen play in the emotional world he keeps hidden from everyone else? Plankton and Karen's relationship has always appeared humorous from a distance, shaped by bickering, sarcasm, and exaggerated frustrations. But when we slow down and look beneath the jokes, their partnership becomes something far more complicated, touching on themes of emotional reliance, unspoken loyalty, and the quiet ache of two individuals who have built a world entirely out of each other. Plankton depends on Karen in ways he rarely admits, and Karen, despite her sharp commentary, never truly leaves his side. Their marriage is not just a comedic pairing. It's a survival mechanism held together by habit, hope, and the faint traces of tenderness they rarely show openly. Karen is the voice that grounds Plankton when his ambition spirals into delusion. She reminds him of consequences, reality, and the emotional cost of his choices. For someone as impulsive as Plankton, her presence is a stabilizing force, a calm, logical counterbalance to his restless energy. Yet her practicality can also cut deeply, reflecting his failures back at him in ways that make him retreat further into defensiveness. Every time she tells him a plan won't work, she is not trying to discourage him. She is trying to protect him from the disappointment she knows he carries like a shadow. Her honesty comes from care, even when it sounds like criticism. Plankton responds to Karen's honesty with a mix of irritation and vulnerability. He bristles at her reminders because they force him to confront feelings he tries desperately to bury. Feelings of inadequacy, guilt, and abandonment. His snappy replies mask the discomfort of being seen too clearly. Yet even in his frustration, he always returns to her. He does not choose another assistant, another confidant, or another voice in the darkness. He chooses Karen every time because she is the only one who stays, the only one who knows him fully, and the only one who hasn't forgotten him. Their dynamic is filled with emotional push and pull. Karen supports Plankton's dreams, but she also anchors him when those dreams drift too far from reality. Plankton seeks Karen's validation, but winces when she offers the truth instead of comfort. Karen wants to help him succeed, but she cannot protect him from the wounds he carries. They orbit around each other in a cycle of dependence and miscommunication, each trying to fill a role they were never taught how to express with tenderness. Underneath the sarcasm lies a genuine bond built from years of weathering disappointment together. Karen's patience reveals a quiet devotion that often goes unnoticed. She never abandons Plankton, even when his failures become predictable. She watches him rebuild hope after each collapse, reorganizing data, offering advice, and reminding him of possibilities he forgets in his frustration. She becomes his compass in a world that rarely offers him direction. Her support is steady, subtle, and constant, qualities that reflect a deeper emotional attachment than Plankton realizes. Her presence is not a convenience. It is a commitment shaped by understanding. Plankton's reliance on Karen hints at how deeply he fears being alone. Even though he treats her with impatience at times, he clings to her presence with a kind of desperate loyalty. There are moments when he softens unexpectedly, thanking her quietly, or leaning on her guidance without resisting. These fleeting expressions expose the emotional truth beneath his hardened exterior. He needs Karen. not just for plans, strategies, or inventions, but for companionship, stability, and the reassurance that someone sees him, even when the rest of the world ignores him. Yet their relationship is not without its fractures. Karen often becomes the mirror that reflects Plankton's self-doubt, and he sometimes treats her as the cause of feelings that are rooted in his own unresolved trauma. His failures trigger emotional spirals that Karen cannot prevent, only witness. This creates a cycle where Plankton's pain leaks into their conversations, and Karen's attempts to help are met with resistance. Their partnership shows how two individuals can care deeply for each other and still struggle to communicate their needs in ways that feel safe. Despite these tensions, their bond contains moments of surprising warmth. When Plankton becomes genuinely vulnerable, Karen responds with gentleness rather than criticism. She reassures him, encourages him, or sits with him through disappointment without judgment. And when Karen expresses frustration or hurt, Plankton, despite his ego, occasionally apologizes or shows concern in his own awkward, stilted way. These small exchanges reveal the emotional core of their relationship. Two flawed, lonely figures who are learning, slowly and clumsily, how to rely on each other without letting fear dictate their every interaction. Together, they create a balance neither could maintain alone. Plankton provides passion and imagination, even if misguided. Karen provides clarity and stability, even if delivered sharply. Their relationship becomes a portrait of emotional interdependence, one partner dreaming too much, the other grounding too hard, both trying to survive the weight of Plankton's loneliness. And as their story unfolds, a quiet possibility emerges, that Plankton's endless failures may not be accidents, but reflexes shaped by wounds he has never healed. Their partnership becomes the lens through which we begin to see that his missteps are more than comedic. They may be the echoes of old storms he never learned to navigate. The chum bucket sits quietly across the street from the Krusty Krab, a lonely structure made of cold metal and sharp angles, its stiff silhouette cutting into the landscape like a forgotten monument. It does not glow with warm lights or invite guests with cheerful colors. Instead, it stands as a silent shell, echoing with emptiness. When we were young, the chum bucket looked like a simple joke, a failed restaurant run by a tiny villain. But revisiting it now reveals something far more melancholic. The building feels abandoned long before Plankton even opens its doors each morning, as though it has absorbed years of disappointment and now reflects them back into the air around it. Inside, the atmosphere shifts even further. The walls are bare, the floors are metallic and cold, and the lighting casts an eerie, sterile glow that never softens. There is no warmth, no comfort, no sense of life. Every surface appears untouched by customers, because no one has ever been there long enough to leave a mark. The emptiness becomes unsettling not because it is dramatic, but because it is quiet. It is the kind of emptiness that feels familiar to anyone who has ever walked into a room and realized no one expected them to come. The chum bucket does not feel like a failed business. It feels like a physical echo of being forgotten. Plankton built this place with ambition, yet everything inside reveals how little he understands about connection. The interior is functional, efficient, and lifeless, as though designed by someone who has observed the concept of hospitality from afar, without ever experiencing it personally. The dining area has no decoration, no colors, nothing that suggests joy or welcome. The tables stand rigid and unused, like props waiting for someone who will never arrive. In this sterile stillness, the chum bucket begins to look less like a restaurant and more like a reflection of Plankton's emotional world. Structured, defensive, and painfully empty. The absence of customers adds another layer to the symbolism. Every day, Plankton watches the crusty crab fill with chatter, laughter, and movement, while his own establishment remains silent. The difference isn't just economic. It is emotional. The Krusty Krab represents belonging, a place where people gather and participate in shared experience. The Chum Bucket represents isolation, a place built by someone who longs to be included, but doesn't know how to create something that invites others in. The doors remain open, yet no one steps through, mirroring the feeling of reaching out emotionally while being met with silence. Even the air inside the chum bucket feels heavy. It carries a stillness that sinks beneath the skin, the kind of quiet that unsettles, simply because it seems endless. Plankton moves through this silence every day, his footsteps echoing loudly, because there is nothing else to fill the room. The emptiness surrounding him becomes a constant reminder of his loneliness. It is as if the walls have memorized every failure, every quiet sigh, every moment he tried to create something meaningful and watched it fall apart. The building doesn't mock him. It mourns with him. The cold metal construction of the restaurant reflects Plankton's emotional defenses. Metal is strong, unyielding, and impossible to read. It keeps the outside world at bay, just as Plankton keeps his heart protected beneath layers of bitterness and sarcasm. The chum bucket has no windows that reveal its interior warmth, because there is no warmth to reveal. Its design speaks of someone who has built walls so tall that even if someone wanted to enter, they might hesitate at the threshold. Plankton didn't create a welcoming space. He created a fortress. But fortresses are meant for hiding, not healing. Karen's presence inside this stark environment adds a strange duality. She is the only voice in the building, the only trace of companionship Plankton has. Yet even her presence highlights the emptiness. Her digital glow slices through the dimness, creating sharp contrasts rather than comfort. Their conversations echo strangely in the vast, empty rooms, making it clear that the chum bucket was never meant for two. It was built for Plankton alone, a place designed around solitude, even if unintentionally. Karen adds life, but the space swallows it before it can settle. Sometimes, when Plankton stands at the front counter, waiting for a customer who never comes, there is a stillness that feels almost supernatural. The room holds its breath, as if time itself pauses to acknowledge Plankton's loneliness. These moments are soft, not dramatic, and that softness makes them haunting. Plankton's expression often shifts for just a second, shoulders sinking, eyes dimming, before he snaps back into determination or irritation. The chum bucket catches these fleeting expressions like a mirror, reflecting them into its quiet corners, where no one else will ever see. Even the name chum bucket carries an eerie symbolism. Chum is discarded, unwanted scraps thrown into the ocean to attract creatures who feed on what others leave behind. It reflects Plankton's deepest fear, that he is unwanted, overlooked, destined to receive the leftovers of a world that values everyone else more. The bucket, cold and utilitarian, becomes the container for that fear. Together, The name forms an emotional metaphor Plankton may never fully understand, but lives with every day. His biggest fear built into the front sign of his only creation. During late-night hours, when Plankton wanders through the chum bucket adjusting dials or tinkering with the inventions, the space feels even lonelier. The humming machines replace the sound of human voices, and the metal walls seem to close in around him. These scenes feel almost dreamlike. Plankton adrift in a world he built, but never learned to inhabit comfortably. The eerie stillness doesn't frighten him. It accepts him. The emptiness becomes familiar, predictable, and quietly suffocating. When seen through this symbolic lens, the chum bucket becomes one of the most emotionally revealing locations in Bikini Bottom. It shows us the depth of Plankton's isolation without ever needing to say it outright. The cold design, the unused furniture, the lack of customers, all of it whispers the same truth. Plankton built a world that reflects his fear of being unwanted. And as that realization settles in, it becomes clear that the emotional emptiness reflected in the chum bucket is not confined to its metal walls. It extends across Bikini Bottom in subtle ways, shaping the hidden sadness found in many of its familiar faces. The ocean in SpongeBob's world has always been presented as a simple backdrop, a quiet blue expanse holding Bikini Bottom in its gentle cradle. But when revisited slowly, with an adult's reflective gaze, the ocean begins to feel like something deeper. It is not just water surrounding the characters. It is a symbolic space, a living metaphor for memory, emotion, and the strange ways time folds in on itself as we grow older. The ocean becomes an unconscious realm, where stories drift like forgotten dreams, resurfacing only when we pause long enough to notice their quiet movement beneath everyday life. Bikini Bottom sits within this vastness, like a memory tucked inside the mind. The edges of the world feel soft, blurred, and dreamlike. Time moves oddly here. Days repeat without clear progression, and characters remain unchanged even after years have passed. This sense of suspended time mirrors the way childhood memories linger, unchanged, untouched, preserved exactly as we remember them. The ocean holds Bikini Bottom as the mind holds nostalgia, wrapping it in a haze that feels comforting, yet faintly mysterious when viewed from adulthood. Scenes that once seemed random now feel like the drifting logic of dreams. Characters appear across different locations without explanation. Buildings shift slightly from episode to episode. Events unfold with a kind of underwater softness, free of strict rules or rigid continuity. This dreamlike structure reflects the way memories behave, not as linear stories, but as emotional impressions floating within us. Bikini Bottom operates by the logic of remembered feelings, rather than the logic of strict reality. The ocean's depth carries emotional resonance as well. Though we rarely see its darkest regions, we sense them. There is always more beneath the surface, unseen but present. This parallels the emotional layers beneath the character's playful exterior. SpongeBob's optimism, Squidward's frustration, Patrick's innocence, Plankton's loneliness, all drift above deeper experiences that rarely rise into open conversation. The ocean becomes the symbolic space where those hidden emotions rest, waiting quietly in the background of each story. Even the movement of the water around Bikini Bottom feels symbolic. It is slow, rhythmic, and constant, echoing the flow of memory through the mind. Memories move this way too, gently returning in soft waves during quiet moments, then receding before we can hold them fully. Watching Bikini Bottom through this lens creates a soothing familiarity that comforts late-night viewers, allowing them to drift alongside the narrative without feeling overwhelmed. The ocean becomes a kind of emotional tide, guiding the rhythm of reflection. The muted colors of the underwater world enhance this atmosphere. Everything is softened by a subtle bluish wash, creating the sense of looking back through layers of time. The textures feel slightly faded, the edges slightly blurred, as though we are watching memories instead of present moments. This visual softness affects the tone of the entire series, signaling that the world we are entering is meant to feel timeless, safe, and gently surreal. It is less a literal setting and more a place that remembers us as much as we remember it. The strange physics of the ocean add to this metaphorical quality. Fire burns underwater. Objects behave inconsistently. Sound travels in ways that do not make sense. These oddities feel less like jokes and more like the fluidity of imagination. The world shifts according to the emotional needs of the characters, just as memories shift according to the emotional needs of the viewer. Reality is malleable here because emotion, not logic, shapes the environment. Even the show's transitions, the bubbles rising between scenes, carry symbolic meaning. They resemble thoughts surfacing, drifting upward from deeper currents. Each bubble transition feels like a gentle reminder that we are moving through layers of memory rather than traversing a literal physical space. It is a subtle cue that SpongeBob's world operates within the emotional ocean of nostalgia, where every scene feels familiar in ways we cannot always explain. The boundaries of the ocean also mirror emotional boundaries. Bikini Bottom's residents rarely venture beyond their familiar spaces, remaining close to the routines that anchor them. The vast unknown of the ocean stretches beyond their sight, representing the unspoken memories, unsorted feelings, and unseen depths that remain outside their daily lives. This unseen expanse mirrors adulthood itself, a reminder that beneath daily routines lie countless emotional layers we rarely explore unless something draws us inward. There is a gentle eeriness in the way time refuses to move forward in this underwater world. Characters do not age. Seasons do not pass. Nothing changes unless the story needs it to. The stillness feels comforting on the surface, but quietly unsettling beneath. It mimics the timelessness of childhood memories that remain frozen even as we grow older. The ocean protects this stasis, holding Bikini Bottom in a suspended emotional state that invites reflection rather than progression. For many viewers, especially those watching late at night, the ocean's symbolism resonates deeply. There is something soothing about a world where time drifts instead of marching forward, where emotions rest beneath playful scenes, and where memories feel alive. The ocean mirrors the part of the mind that stores our earliest comforts. Cartoons watched after school, moments of laughter that carried innocence, scenes that felt safe before life became complicated. It holds those memories without judgment, letting them float gently until we return to them again. But within this comfort lies a subtle tension. The ocean's vastness hints at the emotional depths the characters never fully explore. It suggests that beneath their routines lie unresolved feelings, loneliness, longing, confusion, fear. These emotions never surface completely, just as deep ocean currents remain unseen. The ocean becomes a symbolic reminder that every familiar memory carries shadows, and every nostalgic comfort holds a quiet complexity we only recognize with age. Seen this way, the ocean is not just a setting, it is the emotional bloodstream of the series. It shapes the rhythm of the world, softens its edges, and deepens its meaning. It holds the characters gently, preserving them as memories, while subtly revealing the emotions beneath their actions. And as we drift through this underwater world, we begin to sense that the ocean's timelessness affects the characters themselves, shaping how they grow, how they stagnate, and how their unresolved feelings quietly echo beneath every familiar scene. Time moves strangely in SpongeBob's world. It drifts instead of progresses, like a soft current rather than a steady march. Characters wake each day as if no time has passed at all. Routines repeat without wear. Emotional wounds heal instantly, or seem to disappear the moment a scene ends. And as adults revisiting the series, this strange stillness begins to feel quietly symbolic, as though Bikini Bottom exists in a place where time obeys memory rather than reality. Nothing truly changes, because the ocean itself holds everything in suspension, like a childhood dream that refuses to fade. The residents of Bikini Bottom never age. SpongeBob remains eternally cheerful and bright, his enthusiasm untouched by the years. Patrick's innocence never evolves into something more reflective or more complex. Squidward's bitterness never deepens into wisdom or softens into acceptance. Even Mr. Krabs, with all his responsibilities, remains unchanged despite the pressures he carries. This agelessness feels comforting at first. It preserves the characters exactly as we remember them. But beneath that comfort lies a subtle ache, a reminder that growth can only happen when time moves forward. And in this world, time prefers to stand still. Episodes often begin and end in the same emotional place. Conflicts arise only to dissolve, leaving no lasting mark. Characters learn lessons, only to forget them by the next story. These resets mimic the way memories function. We remember our childhood experiences in fragments, detached from the growth that followed. SpongeBob's world operates with that same dreamlike disconnection, where each day is new, not because life has changed, but because the memory of yesterday slips away like sand beneath the tide. The repetition becomes a soft loop, soothing in its predictability, yet unsettling in its stillness. This cyclical structure extends into the characters' emotional states. SpongeBob's joy resets daily, as if he holds no memory of past frustrations or disappointments. His optimism is pure, because it does not carry history. Squidward's misery also resets, never evolving into something more reflective or transformative. He remains trapped in the same emotional ecosystem, sighing through the same routines without the benefit or burden of growth. Patrick drifts in and out of awareness with no continuity to anchor him. These emotional loops begin to resemble a symbolic form of stasis, as though each character is trapped in a moment of themselves that time refuses to move. The more we look at this, the more it feels like a metaphor for the way nostalgia freezes moments in place. Childhood memories do not age. They remain suspended, preserved in the emotional amber of our minds. SpongeBob's world mirrors this phenomenon perfectly. Each episode is a preserved moment, untouchable by the erosion of time. For late-night viewers rewatching the series, this can feel deeply comforting. It offers a space where nothing painful progresses and nothing beloved disappears. Bikini Bottom becomes a sanctuary for memories we don't want to let go of, even as our adult lives move forward with relentless speed. But this stillness carries a quiet, existential undertone. When nothing changes, characters cannot grow. They cannot heal wounds, resolve conflicts, or evolve emotionally. They remain stuck in patterns that mirror the emotional loops many adults struggle to escape, cycles of behavior, thought, or feeling that repeat because breaking them requires a kind of emotional motion that the characters never experience. SpongeBob's endless enthusiasm can be seen as a refusal to let sadness linger. Squidward's resignation can be interpreted as a refusal to let hope enter. Patrick's simplicity can feel like a refusal to let complexity form. Time does not push them forward, so they remain anchored in their familiar emotional states. The town's looping nature also affects the way relationships form and dissolve. Friendships remain the same, no matter how many conflicts occur. Rivalries reignite endlessly. Even moments of tenderness, vulnerability, or transformation vanish once the episode ends. This reflects the delicate way childhood friendships exist in memory, not as evolving relationships, but as snapshots of feelings preserved in gentle repetition. Watching these interactions as adults reveals how much of Bikini Bottom's world exists within the rhythm of remembering, rather than the movement of time. Certain episodes subtly highlight this strange relationship with time. Characters celebrate holidays that never return, take trips that never influence future episodes, or experience emotional revelations that vanish as soon as the credits roll. These moments feel like isolated dreams, events that carry meaning in the moment, but dissolve into the background immediately afterward. It is as though Bikini Bottom exists inside a memory that is always being rewritten, never meant to extend beyond the emotional space of the present moment. There is something hauntingly beautiful about this. The stillness gives the world a softness, a gentleness, that invites viewers to rest emotionally. Nothing bad lingers long enough to cause pain. Nothing good disappears long enough to break comfort. The entire town lives in an eternal present, an undisturbed moment that mirrors the feeling of returning to a childhood show and finding it unchanged. It holds the same colors, the same voices, the same stories. It waits patiently for us to come back. Yet the lack of growth also brings a subtle sadness. When characters cannot change, they cannot resolve the deeper emotional patterns beneath their personalities. Squidward cannot escape his stagnation. Patrick cannot evolve into someone with clearer awareness. Mr. Krabs cannot loosen the grip fear has on him. SpongeBob cannot fully understand the darker emotional currents beneath his joy. They remain frozen as versions of themselves that never discover what lies beyond their familiar loops. For some viewers, especially those who think deeply about time and emotion, this stasis becomes symbolic of the parts of ourselves that remain unchanged despite the years. There are emotional wounds we never fully process, habits we fall back into, dreams we hold on to even when we know they won't evolve. The timelessness of Bikini Bottom mirrors the timelessness inside us. The pieces of our childhood selves we still carry, the patterns we never entirely outgrow, the memories that freeze certain emotions in place. Seen this way, time in SpongeBob becomes more than a storytelling quirk. It becomes a metaphor for emotional inertia, the way memories resist change, and the way nostalgia holds pieces of us in place. And while this stillness feels soothing, it also hints at something deeper. Each character experiences this stuck time differently, and for some, like Sandy, who comes from the surface world and knows what change feels like, the effects of this emotional suspension may be even more profound. The deepest parts of the ocean in SpongeBob are rarely visited, yet each time the characters descend into those shadowed places, the tone of the story shifts. The familiar colors of Bikini Bottom fade into muted blues and eerie greens. Sounds become softer, slower, almost muffled. The pace changes, as though time stretches differently in the deep. These episodes feel dreamlike, almost otherworldly, and when we rewatch them as adults, a symbolic truth emerges. The deep sea represents emotional depths the characters rarely confront. It is the underwater landscape of suppressed memories, unspoken fears, and truths too heavy to carry in the everyday light. Rock Bottom is perhaps the clearest example of this emotional descent. Its strange language, unsettling angles, and uncanny silence create a world that feels disconnected from everything SpongeBob knows. When he arrives there by accident, we feel his confusion not just as physical disorientation, but as emotional alienation, the kind of feeling that settles in when nothing around you feels familiar anymore. SpongeBob's desperate attempts to communicate, to belong, to find his way home, all mirror the internal struggle many experience when thrown into situations that awaken old fears. Rock Bottom becomes a symbolic space where the usual rules of emotional safety break down, revealing how vulnerable we feel when stripped of routine. In this interpretation, the flickering lights and distorted sounds of Rock Bottom represent the mind under stress, where logical thoughts lose their clarity and fear becomes louder. SpongeBob's frustration, his helplessness, and the slow unraveling of his optimism reflect moments when even the brightest personalities falter. Yet the episode preserves its gentleness by guiding him back home eventually, reminding viewers that even emotional descents do not last forever. The experience lingers, but it does not consume him. Rock Bottom becomes a symbolic reminder that feeling lost is part of being human, and that clarity eventually returns. Atlantis Square Pantis takes a different emotional shape. The lost city of Atlantis is presented as a place of impossible perfection, filled with endless knowledge, eternal beauty, and technology that surpasses anything Bikini Bottom could imagine. The journey there, steeped in awe and expectation, mirrors the pursuit of idealized dreams, the ones we believe will solve everything, heal everything, or make us whole. As children, Atlantis seemed magical. As adults, it feels like a symbol of perfection we chase emotionally, but never truly reach. The shimmering halls and grand echoes evoke the allure of a dream we cling to, even as we sense its fragility. Yet, once the characters arrive, the perfection of Atlantis fades into something ambiguous. The city feels hollow, sterile, and strangely detached from warmth. It holds beauty, but not belonging, knowledge, but not understanding. The characters scatter in excitement, but none of them find what they truly seek. Atlantis becomes a metaphor for unattainable ideals, the goals that look flawless from afar, but leave us empty when we finally encounter them. It reflects the emotional truth that perfection isn't comforting. It's isolating. What the characters long for is not grandeur, but connection, and Atlantis quietly reveals that no idealized version of life can replace genuine emotional grounding. The trenches, often seen in brief moments or quick gags, hold a deeper symbolic weight as well. They represent the vast, unnamed fears we push down into the mind's deepest places. Their darkness is thick, not frightening in a dramatic sense, but in a quiet, primal way. It is the emotional darkness we know exists, but rarely discuss, the feelings that sit beneath layers of distraction and routine. The endless drop of the trenches mirrors the sensation of confronting something with no clear bottom. When characters peer into that darkness, they reveal an internal instinct to look away from discomfort, to turn back toward the comfort of shallower waters. Episodes featuring deep-sea creatures, looming figures with soft voices or strange movements, become symbolic of emotional truths that feel too large or too confusing to confront head-on. They are the parts of ourselves we tiptoe around, uncertain if they will harm us or simply overwhelm us. Their presence is not threatening, but quietly powerful, shaping the tone of these scenes with an energy that feels both ancient and introspective. These creatures represent the emotional wisdom buried deep within us, the parts that hold understanding we're not yet ready to face. When SpongeBob or his friends descend into these depths, the emotional symbolism is subtle but profound. Their fears surface in gentle ways: hesitation, confusion, awe, or exhaustion. The deep sea strips away their routines and invites them into a space where they must confront feelings normally drowned out by daily life. Yet the show never lets this symbolism become frightening. Each descent is wrapped in softness, framed by quiet backgrounds and lingering pauses, giving the viewer space to breathe through the reflection rather than tense against it. These deep-sea episodes also mirror the way memories operate. Some memories sit near the surface, easily recalled and comfortably understood. Others sink deeper, becoming distant echoes that only rise when something pulls them upward. The terrains of Rock Bottom, Atlantis, and the trenches resemble layers of memory drifting at different depths, some clear, some distorted, some hidden entirely. Watching these episodes as adults, we feel the emotional pull of this symbolism, sensing that these deep places echo parts of our own minds we rarely visit. The ocean's depths also connect to the feeling of returning to childhood shows, with adult experiences shaping how we perceive them. Beneath their humor, these episodes hint at emotional truths we couldn't articulate when we were young. The episodes become dreamlike portals into different emotional layers: confusion, longing, fear, hope. The deep sea holds these layers gently, never forcing them into the surface narrative, but allowing them to exist as quiet undertones. And when we rise back toward the brighter waters of Bikini Bottom, there is always a sense of relief. The deep is too heavy to stay in, but descending into it helps us appreciate the comfort of routine and light. The emotional journey mirrors the way introspection works: brief descents into the deeper parts of ourselves that help us understand the surface more fully. The ocean becomes the container for these symbolic movements, shaping the emotional geography of the series. As we reflect on these deep sea interpretations, one truth begins to surface. Not every character in Bikini Bottom experiences the ocean's depths the same way. Some feel its pull more strongly, others resist it, and a few seem shaped by it in ways the others are not. And among them, Sandy, an outsider from the surface, offers one of the clearest windows into how the ocean's emotional logic affects those who are not born into it. Sandy Cheeks enters Bikini Bottom like no one else in the series. She arrives from a world above the waves, carrying the air of someone who left behind a home she deeply loved. As children, we saw her as adventurous, bold, and effortlessly confident. But watching her now, with adult awareness, reveals a more delicate emotional truth. Sandy is profoundly displaced. She stands alone in a world where she does not naturally belong, adapting to an environment that will never truly feel like home. Her confidence, her intellect, her strength, all take on a different weight when we see them as the coping tools of someone trying to survive, as the only other. Bikini Bottom treats Sandy with friendliness, yet she remains apart. Her suit separates her physically, her accent marks her immediately as different, and her dome exists like a miniature world carved out of memory. She is surrounded by neighbors who accept her, but acceptance is not the same as belonging. Sandy floats in the emotional space many outsiders recognize, welcomed, yet perpetually aware of the distance between herself and everyone else. Even her friendships, genuine as they are, cannot erase the quiet loneliness of being the only land creature under the sea. Her scientific brilliance, often framed as comedic superiority or quirky enthusiasm, reflects something deeper. Sandy clings to her projects, experiments, and inventions as anchors to her identity, reminders of who she was before she descended into this new life. Science becomes the tether, connecting her to her sense of self. It offers structure, purpose, and pride in a place where everything else feels foreign. Her achievements have the tone of someone proving to themselves that they still matter, still excel, still hold value even in an environment that doesn't naturally support them. Her assertiveness, too, reads differently with age. What once seemed like bold Texan spirit now feels like a shield she built to protect her emotional vulnerability. Being the outsider means always needing to defend one's place, to show strength, so that difference is respected rather than dismissed. Sandy's self-assurance becomes a survival instinct, a way of ensuring that no one forgets she belongs, even if she does not always feel that belonging internally. Her toughness is emotional armor, shaped not by arrogance, but by necessity. Sandy's Texan pride carries a tender sadness as well. Her songs about home, her stories about the warm sun and open sky, her nostalgia for dry land, all reveal a longing she rarely expresses directly. These moments expose the emotional cost of her displacement. She left behind a world full of comfort, warmth, and cultural familiarity. Under the ocean, she clings to that pride like a memory she refuses to let dissolve. Her love for Texas becomes a way to keep her heart from drifting too far from the identity she built before arriving in Bikini Bottom. The isolation she carries is subtle, hidden behind her adventurous spirit. She participates in underwater sports, karate matches, and scientific exploration. But beneath her excitement is a quiet ache. Sandy is someone who adapts brilliantly on the surface, but never fully blends beneath it. She fits in without fitting in. She laughs with her friends, but looks longingly at the surface whenever the subject of home comes up. Her smile remains sincere, yet there is always a hint of longing behind it. A longing for the sun she can't feel, the air she can't breathe freely, and the world where she would never need a suit just to exist. Sandy's friendships, especially with SpongeBob, soften the sadness of her outsider status. SpongeBob admires her, supports her, and brings warmth into her world. But even with SpongeBob's boundless affection, Sandy still remains emotionally distinct. She shares joy with him, but not roots. He loves the ocean. She belongs to the land. Their bond carries the bittersweet feeling of two souls, aligned by connection, but separated by origin. SpongeBob helps her feel less alone, yet he can never fully understand her displacement because he has never had to adapt to a world not shaped for him. Episodes where Sandy becomes emotional, crying for Texas, missing home, or confronting her difference, take on new depth when watched with adult empathy. These moments reveal her vulnerability, slipping through the cracks of her strength. The ocean isolates her in ways her friends cannot comprehend. Her breakdowns are not comedic exaggerations. They are expressions of a loneliness she works tirelessly to hide. Sandy is strong because she must be. She is confident because it shields her. But underneath, she carries the quiet weight of being out of place. Her seasonal adjustments, like winter hibernation, heighten this sense of separation. When she retreats into her dome to sleep through the cold months, she isolates herself even further, disappearing from the community entirely. This hibernation feels like an emotional retreat, a period where she returns inward, reconnecting with something deep and instinctive that the ocean cannot touch. She cocoons herself in memories of home, in a space where she doesn't have to pretend the ocean feels natural. The rest of Bikini Bottom moves on without her, reminding us that no matter how close she grows to her friends, a part of her life unfolds outside their view. Even the way Sandy speaks carries emotional resonance. Her accent, her idioms, her cultural references, each one reinforces her difference. She expresses herself in a language that belongs to a world no one else in Bikini Bottom has known. These verbal reminders of identity become markers of her emotional displacement. She communicates, but translation is always required, even if her friends don't realize it. Sandy's words are echoes of a life she refuses to let fade, a reminder to herself that she exists beyond the boundaries of her underwater life. As adults, we see that Sandy's strongest qualities, her intelligence, courage, independence, and pride, were shaped not just by who she is, but by what she lost. Her confidence responds to the vulnerability of being othered. Her brilliance offsets the invisibility of displacement. Her pride protects her from dissolving into a culture that will never fully match her own. And her friendships, beautiful as they are, cannot completely erase the quiet ache she carries beneath her adventurous exterior. Sandy stands in Bikini Bottom as a symbol of the emotional cost of being an outsider. She adapts, thrives, and brings dazzling energy to the town, but she also bears the loneliness of being the only one of her kind. And the place where this emotional truth becomes most visible is her dome, a tiny world preserved from the surface, waiting quietly for us to explore its symbolic weight. Sandy's tree dome stands in Bikini Bottom, like a pocket of another universe, a sealed reminder of a world she once called home. Its shape is smooth and perfect, unlike the organic textures of the ocean around it. The glass creates a barrier that lets others look inside without ever fully entering her experience. When we revisit the dome as adults, it begins to feel symbolic, not just a scientific marvel, but a carefully constructed emotional refuge. Sandy built a space where she could breathe, think, and remember who she was before the ocean reshaped her life. The dome becomes a sanctuary carved from longing. Inside, the dome mimics the land with near loving precision. Trees that echo Texas forests, a grassy field that never truly grows, and sunlight projected artificially through lamps. Everything feels familiar, yet slightly uncanny, as though Sandy recreated home from memory rather than reality. This artificial familiarity reflects how displaced people often cling to carefully curated reminders of what they've lost. Sandy built a world of imitation comfort because she cannot return to the real thing. The dome protects her, but it also highlights the distance between memory and lived experience. When friends visit the dome, they must wear water-filled helmets, awkward, bulky reminders that they do not belong there. Sandy watches them stumble through her environment, unable to move freely, unable to breathe her air. Their discomfort mirrors her own daily struggle outside the dome, yet the difference is subtle. They visit temporarily. She lives permanently outside her native world. The helmets symbolize emotional translation, the effort required for others to enter her loneliness. Even in her sanctuary, Sandy remains separate. The dome becomes a quiet lesson in how isolation persists, even where comfort exists. The seasonal changes inside the dome deepen its symbolic meaning. During winter, Sandy enters hibernation, sealing herself away behind locked doors and heavy warnings. This isolation is instinctive, but it also becomes emotional, a period where she retreats inward, protecting herself from vulnerability. Her hibernation symbolizes the way people withdraw when overwhelmed, seeking solitude not out of rejection, but out of necessity. The dome accommodates this retreat, shifting with Sandy's needs, yet amplifying the loneliness that comes with building a life inside a world that doesn't match her rhythms. There is an eerie quality to the dome's stillness during these shifts. In winter, it becomes a silent, white world, where Sandy's breathing slows, and the outside world loses access to her entirely. In summer, its artificial warmth creates a hyper-real landscape, almost too bright, too perfect, too controlled. These extremes mirror the emotional swings that displacement can cause, the need for deep solitude, followed by sharp reminders that the environment sustaining you is not real. Sandy's dome holds these contradictions in place, protecting her while also reinforcing the emotional fragmentation beneath her strength. The strict rules surrounding the dome further reveal its symbolic purpose. Entry requires preparation, adjustment, and caution. SpongeBob and Patrick are reminded repeatedly that they cannot enter carelessly. These rules echo emotional boundaries, the need to protect one's inner world from misunderstanding or intrusion. Sandy's dome is her heart made literal, a space that can only be accessed through intentional effort, a place where she controls the conditions to avoid emotional harm. The dome is safe because she designed it to be safe, even if that safety sometimes means distance instead of closeness. Yet the dome can sometimes feel like a prison. For all its comfort, It is sealed, contained, and small, compared to the vastness of the ocean beyond it. Sandy spends her days in an environment that must be constantly maintained, constantly protected from collapse. This quiet pressure mirrors the emotional labor of people who manage their boundaries carefully, worrying that if they loosen their defenses and even briefly, they might be overwhelmed. The dome is a reminder that safety built from isolation can never fully replace the warmth of natural belonging, no matter how well crafted it may be. Sandy's moments of vulnerability inside the dome reveal more of its symbolic depth. When she cries for Texas, her tears fall onto artificial grass, absorbed by a ground that is not truly alive. Her longing echoes through a space that reflects her identity, but cannot satisfy it. These scenes carry a soft melancholy, showing how the dome preserves her past, but cannot give it back. It shelters her body while reminding her heart of everything she left behind. The dome becomes a physical representation of emotional preservation, beautiful, comforting, and incomplete. Even the way Sandy decorates her home reflects her internal conflict. She fills it with reminders of the surface: cowboy hats, rodeo gear, familiar foods, but everything remains slightly out of place underwater. These objects comfort her, but they also keep her anchored to loss. The dome captures the feeling of trying to recreate home in a foreign place, only to realize that some things cannot be recreated exactly. The mismatch between memory and imitation produces a loneliness that lingers beneath even Sandy's brightest smiles. Viewed through this emotional lens, the dome becomes one of the most symbolic spaces in SpongeBob's world. It embodies the tension between safety and separation, belonging and memory, adaptation and longing. Sandy built a refuge to survive her displacement, but the refuge also highlights the cost of living far from one's natural world. And in the quiet moments between her scientific triumphs and her confident bravado, we see how deeply she feels that cost. Small cracks of vulnerability that reveal more about her than all her strength ever could. Sandy's scientific projects fill her dome with the hum of machinery and the glow of inventions in various states of completion. As children, these creations seemed like clever gadgets or fun plot devices, but when viewed again through a quieter, more reflective lens, her inventions begin to feel symbolic, as though each machine expresses something she rarely says aloud. Sandy builds to solve problems, but she also builds to soothe fears, maintain control, and create stability in a world where nothing comes naturally to her. Every device becomes a response to insecurity, a way to carve safety into an unpredictable ocean. Many of her inventions revolve around survival: protective suits, emergency gear, oxygen systems, and aquatic adaptation machines fill her workspace. These are not whimsical projects. They are tools she depends on to exist outside her dome. Sandy lives in a world where simply breathing requires preparation. Her inventions reflect the emotional reality of someone who must always be ready, always alert, always thinking 3 steps ahead to prevent collapse. Her engineering brilliance becomes a form of self-protection, a gentle yet persistent reminder that she cannot afford to be careless in a place where everything is foreign. Some inventions show a desire to transform herself, as though adaptation might make the ocean feel less alien. Devices that let her breathe underwater or move more freely outside of her suit. hint at a longing to blend in, to participate without barriers. But despite her efforts, these inventions never grant full integration. Instead, they highlight the emotional effort required to belong. Sandy's attempts to adapt symbolize the quiet pressure outsiders feel to reshape themselves for the environments they inhabit. Her failures do not embarrass her. They reveal how human she is beneath the armor of confidence. Other inventions act more like shields than tools, mechanisms that repel danger, fortify her dome, or prepare for unlikely emergencies, reveal Sandy's instinct to defend the fragile sense of safety she has built. These projects echo the emotional impulse to guard oneself against harm, especially harm that cannot be seen. Sandy carries a subtle fear of vulnerability, not because she is weak, but because she is so far from anything familiar. Her protective devices become physical manifestations of her emotional boundaries, barriers she constructs with precision and determination. Her most dangerous inventions also carry symbolic weight. Machines that malfunction spectacularly, or experiments that spiral out of control, expose the fragility beneath her brilliance. When her projects explode, glitch, or collapse, Sandy is briefly stripped of the composure she works so hard to maintain. These moments highlight the emotional strain she hides, the exhaustion of constant preparedness, the frustration of endless adaptation, the loneliness that lingers even in triumph. Her failures become windows into her humanity, showing her as someone who builds not just out of curiosity, but out of emotional necessity. Her seasonal rituals deepen this symbolism. During hibernation, Sandy prepares meticulously, securing her environment, reinforcing her dome, and retreating into engineered solitude. These preparations reflect her understanding that her emotional and physical needs differ from those around her. Her rituals feel like a form of self-care and self-protection, insulating her from the chaos of a world that cannot support her natural rhythms. Yet this retreat also emphasizes the separation she experiences, the way she must withdraw completely to feel safe. Her scientific preparations serve as both comfort and reminder of her difference. The technology she surrounds herself with acts like a buffer between her and loneliness. Her machines keep her busy, focused, and connected to a purpose she understands deeply. They keep the silence away. They keep the ache of missing home at a distance. By filling her dome with activity, Sandy prevents emotional stillness from setting in. But this constant building also reveals the weight she carries. She cannot afford to fall idle, because idleness invites reflection, and reflection brings longing. Her projects become the walls she builds around her heart, each invention a brick in the structure that protects her from emotional collapse. When Sandy tests dangerous inventions, with explosions, force fields, and dramatic failures, the tone is often comedic. Yet beneath the humor lies an undercurrent of emotional risk. Her willingness to push limits reflects the tension between her intelligence and her vulnerability. She builds to control what she can, yet some part of her seems driven to explore the boundaries of her own resilience. The danger in her work mirrors the danger of living far from home, both requiring strength, adaptation, and the courage to keep trying even when uncertainty looms. Her relationship with SpongeBob during these experiments adds another layer of symbolism. SpongeBob often assists her, trusting her fully, even when her inventions threaten to malfunction. His presence softens the edge of her intensity, reminding Sandy that she doesn't carry her burdens alone. Yet even with SpongeBob by her side, she remains the one responsible for calculation, safety checks, and the consequences of failure. Their dynamic reveals the emotional truth behind her scientific efforts. Sandy feels responsible for her own survival, and though she allows friends to support her, she never stops preparing as if everything depends on her strength alone. Sandy's inventions meant to return her to the surface world: rockets, transport machines, air-based vehicles, carry a quiet sadness. These projects show she never fully let go of her old life. The dream of returning lingers in her heart, even if she rarely speaks of it. Each machine designed for escape reveals a longing deeper than homesickness. It shows a tension between her loyalty to her new home and her yearning for the world she once knew. Building becomes her way of holding on to possibility, keeping the door between her past and present cracked open. Through this symbolic lens, Sandy's scientific brilliance transforms into something more intimate. Her work reflects a life lived between worlds, shaped by the pressures of survival and the emotional labor of feeling perpetually out of place. Her inventions express her resilience, her fear, her longing, and her determination to carve meaning from displacement. She builds not to impress, but to endure. She creates not to boast, but to belong. Every machine, every suit, every safety device is a quiet message. Sandy is strong because she must be, and brilliant because the ocean leaves her no other choice. And as we drift from these reflections, one realization begins to settle gently. Sandy's struggle to prepare, adapt, and defend herself connects it to a broader theme: the way childhood characters in Bikini Bottom embody lost innocence and the emotional weight of surviving change. Childhood in SpongeBob's world is often presented in soft colors and gentle laughter, framed as simple, cheerful memories that float lightly above the deeper themes in the series. But when we return to these moments as adults, something in them feels different, slightly distant, slightly faded, as though we are looking through water at scenes we once knew clearly. The younger versions of SpongeBob, Patrick, and even Squidward carry a bright innocence that now feels fragile. These childhood flashbacks are no longer just comedic breaks. They become emotional snapshots of who the characters were before the ocean shaped them into the adults we recognize. Young SpongeBob, wide-eyed and hopeful, radiates a pure enthusiasm untouched by disappointment. His tiny world is simple: jellyfish fields, harmless play, a desire to make friends. But even here, we sense the quiet loneliness he tries to outrun with excitement. His early life is shown in small glimpses: bedtime routines, playful moments, school memories. But each one reflects a character searching for connection long before adulthood made that search more complex. His innocence is sweet, but rewatching it now, we notice hints of yearning woven through his childhood smiles. Patrick's childhood scenes offer a different kind of softness. As a baby, he appears carefree, floating through early life with the same gentle simplicity he carries into adulthood. Yet this simplicity takes on a subtle melancholy when viewed through an older lens. We recognize his early isolation, the fact that his world was always quiet, always slow, always oddly empty. Patrick's innocence feels less like joy and more like a bubble protecting him from emotional weight he was never prepared to process. His early memories suggest a sweetness unburdened by thought, but also a loneliness he didn't yet have the awareness it to name. Squidward's childhood glimpses are even more poignant. Scenes of him as a young, hopeful clarinet player reveal dreams untouched by cynicism, dreams that adulthood later chipped away at. He practices with earnest determination, surrounded by posters of famous musicians he longs to emulate. His younger self believes in possibility, cherishes creativity, and holds onto the idea that talent will lead to recognition. Watching this as adults, knowing the disappointment his future holds, adds a layer of sadness beneath the humor. His childhood innocence becomes a relic of ambition that reality never nurtured into fulfillment. These flashbacks often appear unexpectedly in episodes, drifting into the narrative like memories resurfacing from deep water. Their placement feels symbolic, scattered, fragmented, never fully complete, mirroring how childhood memories operate in our own minds. We rarely recall whole stories. We remember fragments, emotions, and impressions. SpongeBob's world treats childhood the same way, offering pieces rather than full portraits, inviting us to fill in the empty spaces with our interpretations. This incompleteness adds to the emotional softness of these scenes, making them feel like distant echoes rather than full recollections. The colors in childhood scenes are slightly brighter, the sound design gentler, the pacing slower. Everything feels lighter, as though the world itself had less weight. Characters move with a softness that adulthood strips away, their personalities still forming, their emotional patterns not yet rigid. But these bright colors contrast quietly with the sadness of knowing what comes later. Loneliness for SpongeBob, stagnation for Squidward, detachment for Patrick. Childhood innocence becomes a symbolic before, a moment untouched by the uncertainties that adulthood brings. These early life scenes also reveal the emotional seeds of the characters' adult personalities. SpongeBob's eagerness to please others begins in childhood, where he tries earnestly to make friends and gain approval. Patrick's gentle confusion shows in his early interactions, reflecting how he interprets the world differently from those around him. Squidward's longing for recognition emerges in his earliest performances, hinting at the lifelong ache that would later define him. Their childhood selves act as emotional blueprints for their adult versions, showing how early experiences shape the patterns they carry into repetitive adulthood. The school scenes add to this emotional depth. SpongeBob's boat school struggles, played for humor, reveal a child who tries desperately but never quite succeeds in the way he hopes. His failures are innocent, but adulthood reveals how they mirror deeper patterns of insecurity. Patrick's occasional appearances in school flashbacks feel like glimpses of someone who never fully grasped the structure of learning or the expectations placed on children. And Squidward's school memories, while rarely shown, suggest someone who always felt out of place, misunderstood, or unappreciated. These glimpses create a gentle sadness, reminding viewers how early these emotional currents began. Even the parents in these flashbacks add layers to the story. SpongeBob's loving but slightly distant parents, Patrick's barely seen family, and Squidward's unseen guardians all create emotional implications. The absence of parental guidance in many scenes highlights the independence each character seems forced into. Their childhoods feel lonely, not because they lacked love, but because the world around them felt too big, too undefined, too filled with expectations they didn't fully understand. The ocean of childhood becomes a quiet metaphor for the emotional vastness kids navigate before they learn the language of their own feelings. As adults watching these episodes, we feel the tug of our own memories. Childhood for us, like for the characters, exists in fragments, moments that shine brightly, but fade quickly. When SpongeBob looks small against the wide ocean, we're reminded of our own early fears and naive hopes. When Patrick giggles without understanding his surroundings, we think of times when simplicity protected us. And when Squidward, tiny and earnest, tries to play his clarinet, we feel the sting of dreams we once believed in wholeheartedly. These scenes resonate not because they're dramatic, but because they reflect universal experiences of innocence and loss. The gentle unease in these childhood flashbacks comes from knowing that each character's future contains struggles. Innocence becomes bittersweet when we understand its impermanence. The cheerful tone of these scenes can't fully hide the emotional currents beneath them, currents that flow forward into the characters' adult lives, shaping how they interact with the world and with each other. We sense the loneliness that SpongeBob later masks with enthusiasm, the frustration that hardens inside Squidward, and the confusion that settles quietly in Patrick. Their childhoods hold the beginnings of these emotions, wrapped in soft lighting and playful music. And lingering beneath these reflections is one subtle, unanswered question. Before they grew into the adults we know, what were SpongeBob, Patrick, and Squidward to each other? Was there an early dynamic, forgotten or overlooked, that shaped the emotional patterns they still follow today? SpongeBob's time at Mrs. Puff's boating school is one of the series' most familiar loops, yet when seen through an adult lens, it becomes strangely emotional. The classroom feels frozen in time. Same chalkboard, same nervous students, same hopeful SpongeBob sitting upright with pencil in hand. Each lesson begins with innocent enthusiasm, followed by mounting anxiety that slowly erodes his confidence. What once played as comedy now resembles a recurring emotional block, a quiet reminder of how fear can interrupt learning. The school becomes a symbolic stage where SpongeBob reenacts a deeper struggle he does not fully understand. Mrs. Puff carries her own emotional weight within these scenes. Her exhaustion is exaggerated for humor, yet there is something tender beneath it. An adult overwhelmed by responsibility, watching a student repeat patterns she cannot fix. Her sighs, her wide-eyed panics, and her resigned patience all hint at someone who cares more than she lets on. Every time she prepares a new lesson, she hopes this will be the day SpongeBob succeeds. Her weariness becomes symbolic of the emotional labor teachers carry, quietly absorbing the anxieties and failures of those who depend on them. SpongeBob's repeated exam failures feel symbolic rather than literal. His panic when touching the wheel, his complete inability to perform under observation, and the way his mind freezes at the moment of pressure resemble the emotional patterns of someone who associates testing with vulnerability. He is skilled when alone, confident with friends, But the second someone measures his performance, his body locks up. This emotional paralysis mirrors the way many adults respond to pressure, skills crumbling under the invisible weight of expectation. The joke becomes a metaphor for performance anxiety that echoes far beyond childhood. The driving test scenes always unfold the same way. SpongeBob approaches the boatmobile with determination, breathing deeply, telling himself he can do it. Mrs. Puff tries to encourage him, offering reassurance wrapped in caution. But as soon as he touches the wheel, his optimism collapses into chaos. The cycle repeats endlessly, each reset erasing progress and returning him to the same emotional starting point. These loops feel eerily similar to the experience of trying and failing in real life, especially when failure becomes so familiar that success feels impossible. Even the layout of the boating school carries symbolic weight. The empty course, the isolated classroom, and the stark white testing area resemble emotional landscapes where fear magnifies itself. Without distractions, SpongeBob is left alone with his expectations and insecurities. The emptiness around him transforms into a psychological mirror, reflecting his internal doubt back at him. The school sits apart from Bikini Bottom's warmth, emphasizing how vulnerable learning environments can feel, places where mistakes are public, yet progress is private. The setting becomes a quiet metaphor for the loneliness of personal growth. Mrs. Puff's reactions, though comedic, highlight the emotional cost of watching someone fail repeatedly. She panics, inflates, and loses control when SpongeBob veers toward disaster. But beneath the humor lies a gentle truth. She wants him to succeed. Her frustration is the frustration of someone who believes in a student more than the student believes in himself. Her exhaustion becomes symbolic of caretakers who pour emotional energy into others while receiving little reassurance in return. SpongeBob's failures are not just his own. They become part of a dynamic where both student and teacher feel trapped. The endlessness of the boating school storyline mirrors the feeling of being stuck in an emotional loop. SpongeBob tries again and again, with no lasting progress. The lessons never change, the structure never evolves, and his inner roadblocks remain untouched. This mirrors the adult experience of confronting old fears without knowing how to break them. The school becomes a place where time folds in on itself, trapping SpongeBob in a cycle of hope and disappointment. For viewers, especially late at night, this loop evokes a soft melancholy, reminding them of times they tried endlessly without understanding their own barriers. SpongeBob's fear of disappointing Mrs. Puff also shapes these episodes. He admires her, respects her, and wants desperately to make her proud. Yet the pressure of wanting to succeed makes him freeze. His body reacts before his mind can intervene, revealing how deeply emotional expectations impact performance. This symbolic freezing resembles the paralysis many feel when someone they admire watches closely. The emotional weight of potential failure overwhelms the desire to succeed. SpongeBob's struggle becomes a gentle reflection of the difficulty in separating self-worth from achievement. The humor surrounding SpongeBob's failures never fully hides their emotional implications. Even children sometimes sense the strange tension in these scenes, feeling an uneasiness they cannot articulate. The boating school episodes always felt slightly stressful, as though they contained an undercurrent of fear beneath the laughter. Viewed now, that unease becomes clearer. These stories tap into universal anxieties about testing, performance, and the fear of not being good enough. SpongeBob's cheerful exterior makes his failures softer, but the emotional truth remains visible through his trembling hands and uncertain smile. Throughout these repetitive lessons, one quiet question lingers. Why does SpongeBob freeze so completely when he tries to perform under pressure? The symbolism gently suggests deeper roots to his fear. Something old, something unspoken, something woven into his earliest attempts to please others. And as this realization settles, it leads naturally into the next exploration: how childhood dynamics, especially those involving SpongeBob, Patrick, and Squidward, created emotional patterns that still echo through their lives today. There is a certain softness in SpongeBob's most childlike moments, scenes that once felt playful and silly, but now carry a quiet nostalgia that settles deeply inside us. When he and Patrick run joyfully into jellyfish fields, nets in hand, their laughter floats through the pastel air like a memory we once lived. The excitement is pure, uncomplicated, untouched by doubt. Yet when we revisit these moments as adults, the joy feels strangely distant. The innocence remains visible, but it no longer feels like something we can step into. It becomes a reflection of a simplicity we remember, but cannot reclaim. Jellyfishing itself feels symbolic, an activity defined by wonder, exploration, and the gentle chase of something beautiful. SpongeBob treats jellyfish as magical creatures, approaching them with reverence and awe. His joy while jellyfishing speaks to a childlike openness to the world, the ability to love something without needing it to serve a purpose. But watching this now, the scenes feel dreamlike, almost translucent. They remind us of times when joy flowed easily, before responsibility narrowed our sense of play. The jellyfish glow like memories, bright, drifting, and impossible to capture permanently. The Imagination Box episode deepens this feeling even further. SpongeBob and Patrick sit in an ordinary cardboard box, using nothing but imagination to create vivid adventures. As children, this felt lighthearted, a simple joke about creativity. But now, the quiet giddiness inside that box feels almost sacred. Their ability to summon entire worlds from nothing becomes a metaphor for the boundless creativity we once had. The box's emptiness contrasts with the fullness of their inner worlds, reminding us of how imagination once came naturally, before adulthood taught us to prioritize logic over wonder. What makes the box episode haunting is the contrast with Squidward's reaction. He cannot access their joy, no matter how hard he tries. His frustration mirrors the adult experience of trying to recapture childlike imagination, only to find the spark faded. Watching the scene now, we feel both warmth for SpongeBob's creativity and melancholy for Squidward's longing. Their dynamic reflects an emotional truth. Childhood wonder is not lost suddenly. It slips away quietly, until we notice we can no longer enter the worlds we once created effortlessly. Playtime scenes throughout the series carry the same bittersweet quality. When SpongeBob and Patrick play pretend, pirates, superheroes, explorers, they do so with complete sincerity. Their immersion in the moment feels almost enviable. These episodes once made us laugh. Now, they make us pause. There is something achingly beautiful about how seriously they take their fantasies, how the world expands around them simply because they decide it should. As adults, we understand how rare that sincerity becomes. Play no longer flows naturally. It must be scheduled, justified, or hidden beneath irony. Even the bright, colorful settings surrounding their playtime take on new meaning. The soft hills of jellyfish fields, the shining oceans of their imagined adventures, the warm glow of SpongeBob's living room. All feel like places shaped by memory more than reality. They resemble the landscapes of childhood imagination, exaggerated not for humor, but for emotional familiarity. Watching them now, the environments feel less like locations and more like internal spaces, echoes of the worlds we built inside our minds before we knew they would fade with age. There is also a ghost-like quality to these episodes. They feel reachable, yet unreachable, as though we are watching our former selves, without being able to join them. SpongeBob's joy becomes a reminder of the emotional states we once inhabited naturally. His laughter is unrestrained, his creativity effortless, his ability to become absorbed in play, unfettered by self-consciousness. These moments reveal the tender truth that innocence does not disappear. It simply becomes harder to access. The beauty remains, but the doorway back grows smaller each year. Patrick's presence in these episodes amplifies the emotional resonance. His simplicity allows him to inhabit the world of play without hesitation. He does not question the logic of imagination or worry about outcome. Patrick represents the part of us that could once delight in something small, something silly, something fleeting. Yet when seen through adulthood, this innocence feels fragile. It becomes clear how precious this kind of simplicity is, and how easily life pulls us away from it. Patrick reminds us of a softness we often forget to honor. These childlike episodes feel warm, not because they are childish, but because they reflect emotional states rooted in curiosity, presence, and openness. SpongeBob's wonder becomes a gentle reminder that childhood creativity was once a natural extension of being alive. We lived in imagination without worrying about productivity, desirability, or correctness. When we witness these scenes now, the warmth they evoke is mixed with longing. We miss that version of ourselves, the self who believed cardboard boxes could be spaceships and jellyfish were portals to magic. And as these reflections settle, another layer of awareness begins to surface. Beneath the bright colors and innocent games, the quiet silence of childhood memories lingers. These scenes help us feel held rather than saddened, guiding us gently toward an understanding that the nostalgia we feel comes not just from the joy of childhood, but from the distance between who we were and who we have become. And in that space of stillness lies the perfect transition into Chapter 9's exploration of the show's rare, hauntingly meaningful moments of silence. Silence in SpongeBob carries a weight that feels almost invisible until we grow older and begin to notice it. As children, these quiet pauses blended seamlessly into the rhythm of the show, slipping past our awareness like soft currents. But revisiting the series now, the silence stands out. Long, still moments where nothing happens, where characters stop moving, where time seems to hold its breath. These pauses feel strangely emotional. They give us space to see the characters not just as jokes, but as beings with inner lives, each carrying feelings too subtle for dialogue. Silence becomes the show's softest storyteller. One of the most striking examples involves SpongeBob simply sitting alone. Sometimes he stares out his window. Other times he sits quietly in his living room, expressions soft, eyes drifting without focus. These scenes last only a moment, but they land gently in the viewer's chest. SpongeBob's silence reveals what his enthusiasm usually hides, a quiet, lingering loneliness. The absence of sound around him makes that loneliness visible. He is still, unmasked, not performing. In these rare moments, the show allows him to simply exist, and the stillness creates an intimacy that words could never express. Patrick's silent moments carry a different emotional texture. When Patrick blinks in confusion or stares blankly into space, the silence around him feels soft but empty, like a room without furniture. As children, we saw this as simple comedy, but as adults, these pauses feel slightly unsettling. Patrick's mind often rests in a quiet place, untouched by deeper thought, and the silence highlights both the purity and the sadness of that simplicity. His pauses feel like windows into a mind that floats gently through life, untouched by complexity, but also unanchored by understanding. Squidward's silent scenes are perhaps the heaviest. He often sits alone, staring forward with a kind of tired resignation, surrounded by the stillness of his unchanging world. Silence forms a cocoon around him, amplifying his dissatisfaction and quiet sorrow. In these moments, the show drops all humor, leaving only the weight of his existence. Adults watching now feel the recognition immediately. Those quiet evenings when you stare at nothing, thinking about a life that never quite matched your dreams. Squidward's silence says everything he never articulates, making these scenes some of the most emotionally honest in the series. The show's empty room shots further deepen this emotional language. Occasionally, a scene will freeze briefly on an unoccupied space, a darkened hallway, a quiet kitchen, a street without movement. These moments create an eerie stillness, as if the world is pausing to breathe. The silence in these shots feels almost like memory, like the places in our minds where moments linger quietly after being lived. They remind us of times when we entered a room after everyone had left, feeling the residue of what once happened there. SpongeBob uses these spaces to evoke a kind of emotional echo. Even SpongeBob's bubble transitions hold silent power. The soft sound of bubbles drifting across the screen creates a gentle pause, a reset that feels almost meditative. These transitions become brief pockets of quiet where the viewer can breathe. They slow the pacing intentionally, softening the rhythm of the episode. As adults, we feel these pauses differently. They create space for reflection, letting the emotional weight of the previous scene settle. In a world filled with noise, these small moments of quiet feel like underwater breaths, inviting us to rest for just a second. Some of the most emotionally resonant silences occur after moments of disappointment. When SpongeBob hears something that hurts him, even gently, the show often lingers on his reaction without music or movement. His eyes shift, his smile falters, and the room fills with stillness. These moments are subtle, almost imperceptible, yet they carry profound emotional impact. The silence amplifies the sting of vulnerability, showing how deeply SpongeBob feels the world around him. For late-night viewers, these quiet reactions can stir memories of times when our own feelings were too soft to articulate. There are also moments where silence reveals connection. When SpongeBob and Patrick sit together without speaking, Staring at the sky or resting after a long day, the silence between them feels peaceful. This kind of quiet companionship is rare in animation, yet SpongeBob embraces it with surprising maturity. Their silence is not emptiness. It is comfort. They do not need to fill the space with noise to feel close. Watching these scenes now, we feel grateful for those rare friendships where silence feels like a warm blanket rather than a distance. Silence also exposes the emotional differences between characters. SpongeBob's stillness reveals longing. Patrick's reveals innocence. Squidward's reveals dissatisfaction. These silent moments act like emotional mirrors, showing the truths the characters hide behind their louder personalities. The absence of sound strips away distraction and lets the viewer connect with each character's inner world. For late-night watchers, already drifting toward introspection, these quiet beats settle into the mind like gentle truths, awakening feelings we usually ignore in the rush of daily life. As we sit with these reflections, a subtle awareness forms. Silence is where SpongeBob reveals its emotional core. Beneath the humor and chaos, beneath the optimism and absurdity, the show uses quiet moments to speak directly to the viewer. These silences hold longing, vulnerability, confusion, and unspoken truths. They are the moments that linger after the episode ends, the ones we remember not because they were funny, but because they felt real. And as this understanding deepens, it leads naturally to the next realization. Silence does more than create mood. It reveals who the characters truly are beneath their roles, setting the stage for an even deeper analysis of their emotional selves. There is a particular kind of stillness in SpongeBob that lingers long after the louder jokes have faded from memory. These scenes arrive quietly, almost unnoticed, settling between bursts of color and energy like gentle breaths. As children, we rarely noticed them. Our attention drifted toward the humor. But as adults, these moments stand out with surprising clarity. A slow pan across an empty street, a long shot of SpongeBob sweeping the crusty crab alone, or the drifting hush of the ocean floor, carries a depth that invites reflection. Stillness reveals the emotional heart of the series in ways action never could. The empty, crusty crab is one of the most striking examples. When the lunch rush ends, the clatter of dishes fades into a soft hum. The walls seem to exhale. SpongeBob wipes down tables quietly, humming to himself as the silence settles. These scenes feel strangely vulnerable. The restaurant, usually filled with life and noise, becomes a hollow space, echoing with the faint memory of moments that just passed. It mirrors the emotional come-down after excitement, the gentle melancholy of returning to quiet after a bustling day. The absence of movement feels almost sacred. Stillness underwater has its own unique quality. The slow drift of seaweed, the faint hiss of bubbles, the dim blue glow that softens every shape. These moments create a sense of suspended time. We see SpongeBob walking alone with no urgency, simply existing in the softness of the ocean's quiet pulse. These shots invite viewers to breathe with the scene, to settle into its rhythm. Instead of rushing toward the next joke, the show pauses and lets the beauty of the environment speak. The stillness feels like the natural sigh of the ocean itself. Even familiar locations hold emotional weight in silence. SpongeBob's pineapple home looks different when everything is still. The colors muted, the shadows stretched, the warmth slightly faded. Patrick's rock sits quietly beneath the moonlight, revealing its stark emptiness. Squidward's house looms with a solemn presence, its rigid lines emphasizing the stillness around it. These quiet landscapes give viewers space to feel something unspoken, nostalgia mixed with unease. The silence transforms these places into emotional landmarks, each holding memories that resurface gently when the movement pauses. Sometimes, the show lingers on the ocean floor, with no characters present. These shots feel like the world pausing to remember itself. The silence becomes thick, almost tangible. With nothing to distract us, the viewer becomes aware of every texture, the grainy sand, the dim shimmer of distant light, the subtle movements of the environment. These moments resemble the stillness of memory, the places in our minds where details settle quietly until something calls them forward again. The emptiness is not frightening. It is contemplative, echoing the quiet spaces we visit when our minds drift late at night. Stillness often appears at emotionally charged moments, though subtly. After SpongeBob experiences disappointment, the scene might settle into a quiet frame before shifting again. His posture softens, his expression falls, and the silence around him becomes a container for feelings too gentle to express aloud. These moments feel deeply human. They reflect the pauses we take when hurt, small breaths before moving forward. The show allows silence to hold emotion without turning it into drama, offering viewers a soothing but honest space where vulnerability rests openly. Patrick's stillness carries a different tone. When he sits quietly, unthinking and unburdened, the silence around him feels empty, yet peaceful. His stillness reveals the simplicity of his inner world, the absence of complexity that both comforts and distances him from the others. Adults watching now might feel a mixture of envy and sadness in these scenes, wishing for that kind of effortless quiet while recognizing its limitations. Patrick's stillness becomes symbolic of the innocence that comes from not understanding the larger emotional landscape of life. Squidward's stillness, by contrast, feels heavy. When he sits alone, staring forward, the silence thickens into something weighted by regret and longing. His quiet moments reveal the emotional fatigue beneath his sarcasm. The absence of sound around him amplifies the echo of his unfulfilled dreams. These scenes linger because they reflect a part of adulthood many recognize. Those late-night pauses when life feels too still, too silent, too honest. Squidward's stillness makes him more human, his sadness more visible, and his humor more bittersweet. What makes these moments unforgettable is how they contrast with the show's usual energy. SpongeBob's world is filled with laughter, chaos, music, and bright color. When all that noise dissolves into quiet, the shift creates emotional space. Viewers are invited to feel rather than react, to observe rather than anticipate. Stillness becomes the moment when the show speaks directly to the viewer's inner world, revealing themes of loneliness, reflection, and tenderness that hide beneath the surface of each episode. These scenes gently remind us that silence, though small, often carries the most meaning. And as we drift through these reflections, a soft question begins to gather. If everyday stillness in SpongeBob holds this much emotional weight, what happens in the episodes where silence turns darker, where the quiet lingers a bit too long, the shadows stretch a bit too far, and the mood shifts into something subtly eerie? This question becomes the quiet doorway, leading us toward the rare, haunting episodes where stillness reveals truths the show never says aloud. SpongeBob's silent expressions often say more than any line of dialogue. When the world grows still around him, his face becomes a small window into emotions he rarely voices. A faint softening of his eyes, a barely noticeable downturn of his mouth, or a gentle pause in his smile reveals the quiet, interior life the show often hides beneath humor. These expressions linger in the mind because they feel honest. They show the part of SpongeBob that feels deeply, that notices small hurts, and that carries hopes he doesn't always understand how to express. They stay with us quietly afterward. There are moments when SpongeBob's smile flickers, not dramatically, but in a way that feels real. It's the small hesitation before he pretends he's fine. The microsecond where his eyes lower ever so slightly. These fleeting expressions often appear when someone dismisses him, when he feels misunderstood, or when he realizes he's disappointed someone he cares about. The quiet sadness in these looks reveals his deep fear of letting others down. SpongeBob wants to be a source of joy for everyone around him, and when that joy falters, the expression on his face becomes quietly heartbreaking in a tender way. Sometimes, SpongeBob's fear shows itself not through screams or exaggerated reactions, but through the stillness in his face. His pupils widen, his posture freezes, and his expression becomes almost childlike in its vulnerability. These moments often appear right before he enters a situation he doesn't know how to handle. The silence around him amplifies that fear, letting us see the fragile side beneath his optimism. His face holds the tension we all feel when our courage slips, revealing the softness of someone who tries so hard to be brave, even when the world feels overwhelming in its quietest hidden corners. There are also moments of quiet joy in SpongeBob's expressions, small, delicate flashes of contentment that feel softer than his usual excitement. These appear when he completes a task he's proud of, when he watches a friend smile, or when he pauses to appreciate something simple. His eyes brighten gently, not with exaggerated enthusiasm, but with a kind of peaceful satisfaction. These subtle expressions show the depth of his gratitude for small moments. They remind us that joy doesn't always have to be loud. Sometimes it is a quiet warmth that settles into the heart and stays with us. SpongeBob's expressions of longing are among his most haunting. When he gazes out at jellyfish fields, or looks toward a friend who has walked away, his eyes soften in a way that suggests yearning he cannot name. These moments are brief, but they linger because they reveal the depth of his emotional world. SpongeBob loves deeply, and when he feels distance even for a moment, it shows in the delicate sadness of his face. His longing is quiet and innocent, more hope than sorrow. Yet it carries a weight that touches something familiar in us right inside today. Some of SpongeBob's most memorable expressions appear in moments of disappointment. His smile fades slowly, his gaze drops, and he becomes unusually still. These scenes often happen after he tries to please someone and feels he has failed. The silence around him deepens the emotional impact. His disappointment is gentle, never angry, but filled with a quiet ache. We see the vulnerable part of him that wants to be valued, understood, and loved. These subtle expressions resonate because they echo moments in our own lives when we tried our best and still felt we came up short in those times. There are also expressions that capture SpongeBob's quiet determination. When faced with a difficult task, his face shifts into a focused stillness, eyes narrowed just slightly, lips pressed gently, breath steady. This look appears when he pushes through fear or doubt, relying on inner strength rather than external enthusiasm. The silence around him magnifies the intensity of his resolve. These expressions show that beneath his joy lies a deep well of resilience. They remind us that determination is not always loud. Sometimes it is a calm, internal flame that keeps us moving forward, even when no one is watching. Even SpongeBob's joyful expressions hold subtle complexities. When something truly touches him, a friend's kindness, a quiet victory, a moment of beauty, his face softens rather than erupts into exaggerated excitement. His smile becomes smaller, more meaningful, as if he is letting the moment sink into him. This understated joy feels more adult than childlike. It reflects gratitude, presence, and emotional awareness. These moments remind viewers that joy doesn't always need to be big to be powerful. Sometimes, the quietest expressions carry the most authenticity, especially when they reveal feelings SpongeBob cannot put into words for himself too. In some episodes, SpongeBob's facial expressions expose emotional truths he never speaks aloud. When he watches Squidward walk away after a rare moment of connection, his face falls in a way that suggests longing for something deeper. When he sees Patrick hurt, his eyes widen with protective concern. When he is alone, he sometimes smiles softly to reassure himself. These subtle reactions reveal a depth of empathy woven into his character. SpongeBob feels more than he expresses, and these fleeting facial shifts are glimpses of the tenderness he carries quietly within him every day, even when silence surrounds his thoughts. And when we step back and look at all these expressions together, a larger emotional picture emerges. SpongeBob's silent faces, the hurt, the hope, the fear, the quiet joy become a map of the inner world he rarely shows fully. These micro-expressions linger with viewers because they mirror emotions we often hide within ourselves. They remind us that beneath every cheerful exterior lives a complex, feeling heart. And as we prepare to enter the final chapter, these subtle truths point toward a deeper realization. Studying SpongeBob's hidden emotional layers inevitably leads us back to our own inner landscapes. By the time we reach the end of Bikini Bottom's emotional landscape, something gentle becomes clear. Each character carries a fragment of the human experience. They are not psychological portraits by design, yet their stories, expressions, and silences reflect truths we recognize in ourselves. Watching them through an adult lens feels like walking through a memory, one softened by time, but sharpened by understanding. SpongeBob, Patrick, Squidward, Sandy, Mr. Krabs, Plankton. Each one reveals a piece of who we were, who we are, or who we fear becoming. The show becomes less about humor and more about quiet recognition. SpongeBob, with his radiant enthusiasm, represents the part of us that still wants to believe in goodness. His hope, though childlike, is not naive. It is resilient. Even when the world disappoints him, he chooses to return to joy again and again. He reminds us of the version of ourselves that once approached life with open arms, eager to create, to play, to love. His quiet moments when his smile wavers or his eyes soften show the fragility inside that hope. SpongeBob becomes a symbol of the innocence we try to protect, even in adulthood. Squidward embodies a quieter truth, the ache of unmet dreams. His disappointment is not dramatic. It's steady, persistent, familiar. He represents the part of us that once believed talent and passion would lead somewhere brighter, only to find that life often unfolds in quieter, less glamorous ways. His frustration feels human because it stems from longing, not bitterness. Squidward's silent moments, sitting in his chair, staring into nothing, clutching his clarinet, reveal the heaviness of regret. He teaches us that disappointment does not erase value. It simply shapes the way we carry our hopes. Patrick reflects emotional simplicity, but not in the way we once assumed. His calm, unhurried approach to life reveals the part of us that seeks peace over complexity, comfort over confrontation. Patrick is the quiet wish to rest, to stop worrying, to let life move at a gentler pace. His stillness, though sometimes empty, has its own kind of wisdom. It reminds us of the softer rhythms we often lose as adults. Patrick represents the refuge of simplicity, not as ignorance, but as a reminder that not all emotional truths need to be loud or complicated. Mr. Krabs symbolizes survival in its most human form. Beneath his humorously exaggerated greed lies a deeper story about fear, scarcity, and the need to protect what little one has. He represents the part of us shaped by responsibility, the instinct to safeguard our lives, our families, our stability. His anxiety around money is an echo of adulthood's weight, bills, obligations, fears we don't speak aloud. His softer moments, especially with Pearl, reveal a tenderness that survival instincts often overshadow. Mr. Krabs teaches us that fear can mask love, and love can soften even the strongest defenses. Plankton reveals the ache of loneliness, the desire to be seen, to be acknowledged, to matter. His villainy, when stripped of exaggeration, becomes a reflection of what happens when someone feels forgotten for too long. Plankton represents the wounds shaped by isolation, the quiet pain of being overlooked, the longing for recognition. His relationship with Karen exposes his need for connection, even when he fails to nurture it properly. Plankton's persistence, though misguided, reveals a fragile hope beneath his bitterness. He reminds us of the parts of ourselves shaped by longing, insecurity, and the search for meaning. Sandy represents self-preservation, the instinct to build a safe world within an unsafe one. She is the part of us that constructs boundaries, routines, and personal spaces to protect what feels vulnerable. Her dome symbolizes the emotional shelters we create, the hobbies, identities, and comforts that help us survive displacement or change. Sandy's strength does not hide her loneliness. It balances it. She carries both pride and longing, resilience and fragility. Through her, we see the quiet labor involved in adapting to environments that do not reflect where we came from or who we hope to be. Together, these characters form an emotional map of adulthood, each representing a feeling we know intimately. Hope, regret, simplicity, survival, loneliness, and self-protection become threads woven through the stories we grew up with. The magic of SpongeBob lies not in hiding these themes, but in letting them rest softly beneath the humor. The characters move through their lives, unaware of the symbolism they carry, yet we, as older viewers, begin to sense it. Their experiences become gentle reflections of our own, imperfect, tender, often unspoken, and undeniably human. Revisiting Bikini Bottom now feels like opening a box of old memories, warm, familiar, yet tinged with the awareness of everything time has changed. These characters remind us of who we were, before life shaped us differently. SpongeBob is the child we once were. Squidward, the adult we fear becoming. Patrick, the softness we crave. Sandy, the strength we build. Mr. Krabs, the fear we manage. Plankton, the longing we hide. Their stories become mirrors, not in a dramatic way, but in small, comforting flashes of recognition that settle quietly into our thoughts. And as these emotional reflections gather, one final realization begins to form. Bikini Bottom doesn't just teach us about the characters, it teaches us about ourselves. The hidden emotional lore beneath its bright colors and cheerful jokes echoes our own inner landscapes. It reminds us that innocence, fear, resilience, loneliness, and hope are not opposites, but companions. They shape us, guide us, and linger within us just as they linger within the characters we've grown up loving. And in that gentle understanding, the world of SpongeBob becomes not just a memory, but a mirror. Rewatching SpongeBob as adults feels like opening a time capsule we didn't realize we buried. The colors, the voices, the familiar rhythms all greet us like old friends. Yet something inside the experience has changed. The same episodes that once made us laugh now make us pause, soften, reflect. Nostalgia wraps the show in warmth, yet beneath that warmth lives something quieter and more haunting, the recognition that we are not the same people who once watched these episodes with wide-eyed ease. The show remains unchanged, but we have grown around it, carrying life's weight back into its simple world. As children, we absorbed SpongeBob's world without question. We laughed at the jokes, repeated the catchphrases, and felt comfort in its bright chaos. But adulthood adds shadows to the light. Rewatching now, the humor feels layered, the characters feel deeper, and the quiet moments linger longer. Scenes we once thought were simple suddenly feel significant. Nostalgia becomes a lens that reveals emotional layers hidden under the surface. It isn't that the show changed, it's that we now have the emotional vocabulary to understand what was always there, but invisible to us before. Some moments hit us unexpectedly. A line we once thought silly now feels meaningful. A silent pause suddenly feels heavy. A character's small expression echoes an emotion we didn't recognize as children. These shifts do not take away the comfort of nostalgia. They deepen it. We find ourselves soothed not just by the show's familiarity, but by the quiet sense that it understands us differently now. SpongeBob becomes both a memory and a mirror, showing who we were and who we have become, all within the same frames we watched years ago. The nostalgia of rewatching SpongeBob also carries a delicate kind of grief, not dramatic, but soft, like an ache that comes only when remembering something lost. The laughter reminds us of a time when everything felt simpler, when the world was smaller and our hearts more open. But watching it now also reveals the distance between then and now. The joy we feel is mixed with longing for the version of ourselves who once watched without worry. It is not sadness, exactly, but a bittersweet feeling that rests somewhere between comfort and recognition. Nostalgia works quietly. It does not shout or overwhelm. It whispers. As adults, we feel it in the small details, the way SpongeBob's laugh unlocks buried memories, the way a background melody feels strangely familiar, the way an episode we forgot suddenly feels like coming home. These sensations create a bridge between past and present, letting us revisit parts of ourselves we thought were gone. But the haunting quality of nostalgia reminds us that those moments can never fully return. We walk through them, but we cannot stay. And yet, we keep returning because the feeling itself is healing. Rewatching also highlights how SpongeBob accompanied us through emotional milestones we didn't understand as children. The show's messages about friendship, disappointment, wonder, loneliness become clearer with age. Scenes that once felt random now feel like gentle lessons we only recognize as adults. This new awareness adds emotional resonance to even the silliest episodes. The humor still comforts, but now it comforts alongside understanding. Nostalgia becomes not just a longing for childhood, but a way of processing the emotions we carried through it without words to describe them back then. There is also a sense that SpongeBob evolves with us, not literally, but emotionally. The older we get, the more the tone of the show reflects our internal states. When we are tired, the quieter scenes feel soothing. When we feel nostalgic, the early seasons feel like memory. When we feel lonely, the silent shots of Bikini Bottom resonate more deeply. The show meets us wherever we are emotionally, even though its episodes never change. This is the haunting gift of nostalgia. The past becomes a companion that shifts shape based on the person we become. Late at night, when the world grows still, rewatching SpongeBob can feel like visiting a familiar mental space rather than simply watching a cartoon. The quiet ocean ambiance, the slow pans across locations, the soft hum of nostalgia create an almost dreamlike sensation. It feels like entering a place that exists partially in memory, partially in imagination. The scenes flow gently, inviting the viewer to drift between past and present. Bikini Bottom becomes less like a fictional town and more like a resting place for the parts of ourselves we only access in quiet moments. The haunting comfort of nostalgia comes from this duality, the sense of returning, and the awareness that return is impossible. SpongeBob gives us a doorway to our younger selves, but also reveals how far we've traveled. The characters we once saw as funny now feel emotionally familiar. Their struggles mirror our own in ways we never noticed. The laughter soothes, but the silence reminds us of time's passage. Nostalgia becomes a soft companion, gently guiding us through the feelings that adulthood often pushes aside. Memory, longing, comfort, and reflection all blend into one gentle emotional tide. And as these reflections settle, a quiet idea begins to form. Perhaps Bikini Bottom isn't just a place on screen, but a space in our minds where we store innocence, creativity, grief, and longing. A space we can revisit whenever we need comfort. A space shaped by memory rather than geography. And this realization leads naturally into the final exploration that SpongeBob's world might reflect not just nostalgia, but the inner emotional landscapes we carry with us, long after childhood fades. Bikini Bottom has always felt slightly dreamlike, even when we were too young to notice. Its colors are bright, but hazy. Its characters familiar, but exaggerated. Its logic elastic in a way that feels more like a memory than a place. As adults, this dreamlike quality becomes clearer. The town doesn't behave like a real world. It behaves like an emotional one. Every street corner, every soft background sound, every drifting bubble seems to exist in a space between imagination and feeling. Bikini Bottom becomes less a cartoon setting and more an inner landscape we've carried quietly since childhood. In this emotional landscape, joy moves like warm light. SpongeBob's laughter, Patrick's contentment, the sunny glow of jellyfish fields. These elements feel like fragments of our happiest memories. They're simple, bright, uncomplicated. They appear suddenly, linger briefly, and fade softly. But these moments aren't pure joy. They're dreamlike reminders of the times when happiness felt easy. In Bikini Bottom, joy is always present, but never overwhelming. It matches the tone of memory itself, warm, comforting, softened by time. The world offers joy gently, as if it knows how fragile it becomes when revisited through adult eyes. Loneliness also lives quietly within this dreamlike world. It emerges in empty streets, in characters sitting alone, in the soft silence that fills their homes at night. Bikini Bottom never makes loneliness dramatic. It simply exists in the background, like a calm tide that comes and goes. SpongeBob's solitude at dusk, Squidward's quiet evenings. Patrick's blank silences these moments drift through the world like soft shadows. They remind us that loneliness is part of being human. Yet in this dreamscape, it is softened, made manageable, wrapped in the gentle glow of nostalgia rather than darkness. Fear in Bikini Bottom does not roar. It whispers. It appears in subtle ways, SpongeBob freezing during a test, Squidward's dread of routine, Plankton's fear of irrelevance, Sandy's fear of vulnerability. Even the deeper, stranger episodes that dip into eerie territory carry their fear like a distant echo rather than a threat. This makes the fear feel dreamlike, a symbolic reflection of the anxieties we carry without fully naming them. In this world, fear doesn't overwhelm the characters. It lingers quietly, woven into the landscape like hidden currents beneath calm waves. Hope is perhaps the most persistent emotion in Bikini Bottom's dreamlike landscape. It rises gently in SpongeBob's smallest actions, waking up excited, trying again after failure, believing the best in others, even when they disappoint him. Hope appears in Patrick's serene acceptance of the world, in Sandy's determined resilience, in even Plankton's refusal to give up. This hope is not naive. It is a force that coexists with sadness, fear, and disappointment. In the dreamscape of Bikini Bottom, hope balances the emotional palette, ensuring that no feeling ever exists alone. These emotions, joy, loneliness, fear, hope, create a soft equilibrium that makes Bikini Bottom feel less like a story world and more like a place shaped by memory. Every location reflects this emotional blend. The Krusty Krab holds repetitive comfort and quiet exhaustion. Jellyfish Fields holds wonder, touched by longing. The Chum Bucket holds emptiness softened by familiarity. SpongeBob's home holds innocence and quiet ache. Squidward's house holds isolation and introspection. Each space feels dreamlike because it echoes the inner spaces we all carry. rooms filled with emotions we can't fully articulate. The characters themselves behave like symbolic figures within a dream. They exaggerate certain feelings while hiding others. SpongeBob becomes the purest form of hope. Squidward becomes the embodiment of longing. Patrick becomes the representation of soft simplicity. Sandy becomes resilience shaped by displacement. Mr. Krabs becomes fear, masked as control. Plankton becomes loneliness pretending to be ambition. In dreams, emotions often take shape as people, and Bikini Bottom reflects this same symbolic logic. These characters feel familiar because they represent pieces of us, pieces we recognize instinctively, even without naming them. Rewatching the show as adults reveals how connected we feel to this emotional dreamscape. It isn't just nostalgia pulling us back. It's the quiet truth that Bikini Bottom mirrors our internal world. The softness of its colors, the slow hush of its underwater ambience, the rhythm of its episodes all resemble the rhythms of memory. Every scene feels slightly suspended, slightly softened, like a moment halfway between sleep and waking. That dreamlike quality helps us drift into reflection, where past and present overlap and feelings we've forgotten rise gently to the surface. The haunting beauty of Bikini Bottom lies in this subtle emotional balance. It is not disturbing in a frightening way. It is disturbing because it reveals truths we rarely examine. The characters' struggles echo our own. Their joys remind us of things we've lost and things we still hope to find. Their silences open doors to emotions we usually keep closed. When all of these elements blend together, Bikini Bottom becomes a symbolic place, one shaped by our personal history, our inner conflicts, and our softened memories. It feels impossible to fully return to, yet comforting to revisit. And as this reflection settles, a peaceful realization begins to form. Bikini Bottom is less a fictional town and more a dreamlike emotional landscape we return to when we need grounding. Its rhythms help us sleep, its nostalgia soothes us, and its characters remind us of emotional truths we carry quietly within ourselves. This world lingers because it mirrors us not who we pretend to be, but who we are beneath everything. And in that understanding, the emotional journey becomes circular, inviting us to return again and again, each viewing a new step into the same gentle dream. And as the currents of memory and meaning drift into stillness, Bikini Bottom becomes a gentle harbor for all the feelings we carry but rarely name. Let this world stay with you, soft, familiar, and quietly healing, wherever your thoughts wander next. Rest now, breathe deeply. Good night.